So, okay. So, this one that I put up, that's
Ladies and gentlemen, while people are still coming in, we'll wait a few minutes to start our meeting. There are a few seats scattered about in rows that some of you in the back may want to fill. But just take your time coming in because we want everybody to have an opportunity. One thing that might help, if you want to speak at one of our public hearings tonight, you do not have to sign in. We'll have anyone who wishes to speak during a public hearing will look for raised hands. You don't have to sign in, though, for a public hearing speaker time. Because we have a large attendance tonight, we are going to try to put audio and visual into the conference room. So for those of you who might be looking for a seat and want to sit through the proceedings, that may be an extra opportunity. All right, I think we have just about everybody in. A few stragglers, but we potentially have a long meeting tonight and want to get it moving. So we'll welcome everyone to the Schertz Planning and Zoning Commission. This is our regular session for Wednesday, May 24th, 2017. We'll call the meeting to order at 6:04. First item on our agenda is presentations. I'll defer to the staff.
If you don't mind joining us down front, Mr. Richmond, it'd be great.
All right, everybody. My name is Michael Dalla. I'm one of the commissioners. This is Ken Greenwald, also one of the commissioners, and David Richmond, our chairman. Mr. Richmond is retiring and will be moving away from our city shortly, and so we're going to recognize him and thank him for his service. Some of what the staff has written for me to read out to you guys tonight. David Richmond, chairman of the Schertz Planning and Zoning Commission, has served as a volunteer on the Schertz Planning and Zoning Commission for over 24 years. He was appointed to the Planning and Zoning Commission in November of 1992, elected vice chairman in October of 1994, and then elected chairman in November of 2000, where he served as such since. As a Planning and Zoning Commission member, Mr. Richmond has always welcomed input from the residents and others interested in the development of the community. Additionally, his positive, helpful attitude has fostered an environment where developers and residents could work together to successfully develop the community in keeping with the vision of the city's comprehensive plan. His efforts in building consensus among diverse interest groups has been instrumental in achieving support for various amendments to the Comprehensive Land Use Plan and updates to the Unified Development Code. By steadfastly serving our community for over 2 decades, he has gained the trust of the Schertz City Council, who shows a great deal of deference to the recommendations of the Planning and Zoning Commission, of which Mr. Richmond is the chairman. His willingness to keep an open mind and stay up to date on trends in planning have made him an effective leader in the community, and in particular a strong proponent of planning in Schertz. This awareness of trends in planning is maintained in large part by his support for the Texas chapter of the American Planning Association and educational and training opportunities it provides. Mr. Richmond received the Planning Commissioner of the Year Award in 2015 from the Texas chapter of the American Planning Association. During his tenure on the commission, Mr. Richmond has witnessed the city's population grow from approximately 10,000 to almost 40,000, and through his leadership and service has helped shape our community into what it is today. And so on behalf of the Planning and Zoning Commission and myself personally, I would like to thank you for the many years of service and leadership that you've provided us. Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, I've been here almost as long as David, but not on P&Z. I've been city council for 21 years, numerous other boards and commissions. My biggest thing is our water system, which still to this day I think is the greatest thing since sliced bread. We would not be 40,000 without the water. David was a big help in pushing the water system, along with the mayor, our former mayor, Mr. Baldwin, Mr. Bierswald, and a couple other people. It was a big thing at the time. It's running very smoothly right now. David, we're going to miss you. It's always sad to lose 20 plus years of corporate knowledge. You'll come back one of these days, I hope. With that, this is a presentation to David Richmond in appreciation for your dedicated service to the City of Schertz Planning and Zoning Commission, 1992 to 2017.
While they're coming down, thank you very much. This is a beautiful clock. And thank you very much to my fellow commissioners and to the mayor, city manager, council members, and the residents of the city of Schertz. I've been blessed to have lived in the city. My wife and I have been blessed to live in the city since 1990. And when we moved here from Universal City, one of the things I wanted to do was get involved in city activities. So I attended several meetings of different boards and commissions, and planning and zoning sounded like the right place for me. And it has been. I've thoroughly enjoyed the opportunities to meet our citizens to, in general, just try to make things better in our city. And I think I can look back and say very positively that the changes that we have helped the staff make are reflected in the grounds around us today. And 25 years of making changes, I think, have been those in the right direction. So again, thank you all very much. I know the majority of you are here for more important things tonight, but this will be my last planning and zoning meeting, and I certainly appreciate the efforts of the staff and the council commission. It's a very heartwarming, been a heartwarming opportunity to serve, and it's a heartwarming, emotional time to leave, but it is. So thank you again.
So, Mr. Chairman, it's not quite in order, but if you'll indulge me, may I be recognized? Thank you, sir. I just wanted to say a few words at your last meeting. When I was first elected, I really didn't know much about municipal government at all. I had an opportunity to visit with David on many occasions, and you have been my teacher and my mentor. You have helped me understand things that would have taken me a very long time to understand if I had to learn them on my own, and you were able to put them in terms that I could instantly comprehend and understand. But even more so than that, just so that everyone that here knows, there have been a number of things that have been done by the Planning and Zoning Commission at first, and then the council, that David's leadership made sure stuck, if you will. Well, one of the most challenging things that we did, that I remember from maybe about a decade ago, is we eliminated the R6 and R7 zonings. We eliminated the zonings for the most dense subdivision types that could be built in the city. And the developers came into these chambers and said, you're going to kill development. Nobody's going to build another house in Schertz if you get rid of those zoning classes. And David said, no, they won't stop. They will stop. They will stop. And David and the Planning and Zoning Commission said, that's okay. It's fine. And you were right. It didn't stop. We slowed them down a little bit, but it didn't stop. And the type of housing that's being built in Schertz now is radically different than what was happening 10 years ago. And it was because of the conversations that the Planning and Zoning Commission had been having 10 years prior to that and 20 years prior to that about what do we want the city to look like. And the natural separation of the businesses up on 35 and the other side as you go toward Garden Ridge, where the residential sections come together from 78 to where we are right here and continue out off of 1518, but there's commercial designations for properties out off of I-10. That wasn't happenstance. And there were many times that developers came before Mr. Richmond and the Planning and Zoning Commission and asked for things to be done differently. And they had to stand tall and say no. And they've done that so many times under your leadership. In no small way, the look and feel of this city is because of the things that the Planning and Zoning Commission has done with you at the helm. And so on behalf of all of the residents, the city staff, the city council, the past councils, myself, my family, my sons, thank you for all of the contributions you've made to this city. They are innumerable and immeasurable, and the mark that you've left is a beautiful one. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you all very much. And please accept my heartfelt thanks for keeping us standing together over the last 25 years. It's been quite a journey. All right, the next item on our agenda, item 3, is hearing of residents. As I said earlier, I know most of you are here for the public hearings that are scheduled, but this is an opportunity also for those of you who wish to speak on another item, whether an agenda item, not a public hearing, or some other concern you have. Now is the time. We'll be happy to recognize you. All right, I see no hands, so we'll move on. Item 4 is our consent agenda. That being 4A, minutes of our April 12th, 2017 and April 26th, 2017 regular meetings. Anyone wish to consider a set by itself? If not, Chairman will accept the motion on the consent agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we accept the consent agenda.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Dalla, second from Mr. Greenwald to approve the consent agenda, minutes of those two meetings as presented. Call for a vote. Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Item 5 is our public hearings for this evening. We have 2. Item 5A is ZC 2017-006. Hold a public hearing, consider and make a recommendation to City Council on an amendment to the Schertz future land use plan in northern Schertz. Mr. Cox is doing double and triple duty tonight.
You know, I'm just wearing a bunch of different hats. Good evening. The item that you have before you is a request by city staff for an amendment to the future land use plan, specifically for 2 areas. The first area that we'll kind of talk about, and I'll talk about them a little separately because they're a little bit different item, is this area located between Wiederstein Road, Old Wiederstein, and then extending just to the east of FM 1103 to encompass Fairway subdivision. Additionally, the second area will be located along I-35 through the corridor for portions that are both in the city and not currently within the city, but in our ETJ. So occasionally staff will take a look at our comprehensive land use plan. Back in 2013, July of 2013, a comprehensive land plan amendment for the northern sections of Schertz and southern sections of Schertz. And when I say northern, I will refer to it as I-35 and the areas adjacent to I-35 and then north up to the city limits, as well as from FM 78 south to I-10. Those areas were amended via our Schertz sector plan, which is about an 18-month comprehensive look at how that area was developed. 2 of the areas that were not looked at as much are this area along I-35, north adjacent to the city of New Braunfels city limit, and then this area here along Old Wiederstein, which is what we consider, I mean, it is in northern Schertz, but it was part of the central Schertz comp plan from 2002 that had yet to be updated. And so through a variety of zoning cases that have happened over the last 24 months, it has become apparent to staff that there was need for a change. So the change that we're proposing in this southern area is to change this area here, which is parks and open space, research and technology development, and then industrial. We're proposing to redesignate that area to single family. The existing subdivisions of Belmont, Riata, and Fairways have all developed since this plan was adopted. Well, we're in the process of being constructed or constructed after 2002, when this portion of the comprehensive plan was last looked at. And so for the benefit of everybody in the audience, a little bit about the comprehensive plan. Our comprehensive land use plan is a guiding document for where the city sees, where the community sees the city developing in the future. It's generally about 20, 25 years out is what we often look at when we look at these items. And then we revise it periodically every few years, different sections, or we'll do major revisions every 5 to 7 years. And again, this section was left off. This document is not a zoning and regulation document. It's just a guiding document to help staff understand and elected and appointed officials and the general public understand the vision of where Schertz is developing. So first, to begin with, I've got some blow-ups here. This is what the current is. Again, as you can see, we have 3 different land uses. 2 of them are industrial, where there's already single-family residential. And then again, the proposal is to go to single-family, as you can see designated here in all yellow. So the single-family residential designation, which again is not a zoning district, but a land use designation, is defined as conventional detached dwellings. Additionally, for areas proposed to utilize a traditional neighborhood design, the single-family residential use may include a mix of residential uses, as well as limited commercial development to support the daily activities of the residential development. In all single-family residential use areas, public and semi-public development, such as schools and churches, are encouraged as neighborhood focal points. There is something that I would like to point out here and bring to everyone's attention. Limited commercial development is allowed. I know we had a number of questions throughout the week about commercial development along 1103, potential future commercial development along Wiederstein and Old Wiederstein, here closer to the corner, as well as along some future thoroughfares that may come through. That limited commercial development is an integral part of the single-family residential designation. And so as we can see on this map, this is our current zoning map. And I've kind of highlighted in this green area just a rough approximation of the area we're talking about. Again, with the comprehensive plan, it is conceptual in nature. There aren't so much hard lines of this one property falls to this side of a designation versus the other. It's a generalized plan. And so as you can see here, we've got R7 zoning for single family. This item right here is 1103 with both general business and neighborhood services here at the corner, which was a recent rezone. There is a little bit of M1 for an existing manufacturing business that's there, but it is relatively small in nature. As we continue further west, we come through the Riata subdivision, again, R7 zoned. There's an elementary school here, also as part of the subdivision. Going further west, we have our garden home designation in Belmont subdivision. As we continue even further, there is some larger lot, single family and ag uses where this yellow is on the RA. We also have Freeway Manor, which kind of has a history of its own as an older subdivision. It was platted back in the county. No infrastructure, unfortunately, was put in at the time. And then going even further, we do have some M1. And I will comment on that the bulk of the M1, this large tract here, is owned by the school district for a future school site. And so as staff looked at this, with all of that existing residential development, it was our opinion that this single-family land use designation is the most appropriate for this section to both allow future commercial development and the continuance of single-family residential, which are both compatible uses. The next section I want to talk about is this far north, sorry, let me flip through that, is this far north portion here. So as you can see, proposed, city staff is proposing it to be the commercial campus designation, which is defined as an area intended to encourage the development of lower intensity commercial and office uses in locations between major intersections and as a buffer between the interstate highway and adjoining neighborhoods. Given the significant linear frontage along IH-35 in North Schertz, there are several opportunities to accommodate low-impact campus development that takes advantage of highway frontage and any major environmental assets, such as floodplains, steep grades, significant vegetation, as aesthetic amenities on the site. This category could also accommodate light manufacturing or flex office uses set in campus-like environments, in addition to multifamily residential located at mid-block locations and as transitions between office light industrial uses and adjoining single-family residential uses. So as you can see on our overall plan, we have this orange existing in between all of our major intersections along 35. So to give everybody an idea, this intersection here is Schwab Road. As we go further south, we've got 1103 here. Even further south as we go, there's 2252 and then Wiederstein as well. And so the intent of this commercial campus designation is those mid-block locations between the hard intersections where we often get a little bit denser retail type commercial development that can really leverage and take advantage of the ease of highway access, the ease of turnarounds, things like that. The mid-block, again, is intended for some of the traditional 35 development that we've already seen to help promote that commercial development along 35. And this is important to note because the existing is agricultural conservation. This is traditionally defined as large lot, single-family residential of 5 acres and greater with limited commercial availability. That's going to be more rural commercial items, such as a welding shop or an outdoor vet clinic. There's also allowance for convenience stores. Just doesn't quite fit into the development pattern that both staff has seen and that we have, that the community has identified via the comprehensive plan goals. And so at this time, staff is recommending that both of these amendments to just the future land use plan. There is no amendment to text at this time. Additionally, if approved, these modifications to the comprehensive plan will not directly impact any existing regulations on people's properties. So everyone who owns a single-family home or a business or a lot that exists, it does not change that zoning, but what it does is it puts the comprehensive plan more in line with what's already existing out there. Staff does recommend approval of this item as presented, and we're available if you have any questions after the public hearing.
Thank you very much. All right, this is a public hearing, and our procedures for public hearing are to afford everybody who wishes to speak the opportunity to do so. But in saying that, you help the flow of the evening move along if we are not repetitive. So if a point has been made, a concern's been voiced that is the same one you have, please defer so we can move along and let everybody have an opportunity. Once the public hearing is, everybody's had an opportunity to speak, we'll close the public hearing and we'll open discussion to commissioners on the dais. At the same time, we will try to address both we at the dais, but principally the staff will try to address the concerns, the points that you have raised during the public hearing. Now, a number of people did sign up on our speakers register. For some, it's difficult to tell exactly which agenda item, but let me start with those who have indicated 006, and then we'll back through. We'll catch everybody on this list, and then anybody else who wishes to speak. So I'd please, anyone who is speaking, ask you to come forward to the podium, give us your name and address for the record, and we'll try to hold comments to 3 minutes if possible, so we can give everybody an opportunity to speak. All right, we'll open the public hearing at 6:30. And looks like the first on this roster with an indication of 006 is Justin Utz? Utz. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Justin Utz. I'm a real estate advisory firm. I'm representing a parcel owner here. I reside at 712 Morningside in San Antonio. The parcel owner that I'm representing is generally located north of I-35, right on the Schertz city limit lines on the east, very far east. We are generally in support of the staff recommendation to change the land use plan as shown along I-35. I believe this promotes a more suitable land use for the location of the property than the current ag conservation land use. It is in line with the balance of land in similar mid-block zones along I-35. In addition to this land use change, and although not included in this land use amendment, I think it would be prudent for staff and adjacent property owners in the area between Schwab Road and the city limits south of FM 482 to start looking at amending the land use in advance of future development that may come to the area. Ag conservation limits residential development to one home per 5 acres. We believe there are more effective ways to create suitable development that allows for effective public spaces and sufficient green space. Our landowner would support such an effort. We look forward to visiting with other landowners in the area as well. This land use amendment will help transition from dense suburban residential just across the city limits to the industrial land uses located along Schwab Road, and additionally would help transition from the Corpus Camper environment being suggested along I-35 as you move north towards 483. I look forward to continuing this conversation at a future date, but again, today, I want to lend our support to staff for recommendations on the land use change as shown. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, 006 on the list is Trey Jacobson.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, again, my name is Trey Jacobson. I'm a real estate and economic development consultant with the firm Golden Steves in Gordon and San Antonio. We're addressed at 300 Convent. Our firm represents Mr. Don Buttram with regards to his real estate holdings, including Mini and Schertz. He has asked me to come on his behalf today to express his support for the future land use plan revisions proposed for North Schertz. His plan area, his property is located in the area that's currently designated in the future land use plan as agricultural and conservation, and he believes it is entirely appropriate to redesignate it for the proposed campus commercial, particularly given its location along 35 at Eckert Road. He asked me to urge your consideration and approval of the recommendation today. Thank you very much. And again, Mr. Richmond, if I may take a point of personal privilege and just say it's been a pleasure working with you and your fairness in front of the Commission. We've appeared before you on many occasions, and you're one of the best. We just want to say that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm not sure whether Annie Blum is here to talk about this issue. Okay.
Thank you very much for letting me speak. I was wondering if you will supply us with a current map of...
Give us your name and address for the record, please.
Sorry, I'm Annie Bloom from 201 West Silver Sands, and I have 3 lots on Hope and Tulip.
Great. Thank you very much.
And I wanted to know if you will supply every one of us with those maps that you showed us about the current map and the proposed map. What streets are on that current map and what streets are in the proposed map? That's what we'd like to know. Will you be able to supply us with those maps?
Staff can address that when we...
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We'll get some copies of that map made and distributed. Okay. Again, I'm not sure that these are 006 interest items. Rosemary Flores. Okay, are you interested in speaking? No? Okay, thank you. Maybe Gail Hyatt? Okay, thank you. Not sure about Wayne Aschenbrainer? Not this one? Okay, thank you. Then the rest of these appear to be the thoroughfare plan. So if I didn't call your name and you're interested, we'll pick you up now. So I'd like to recognize that anyone else who is here to support or comment on this agenda item, the land use plan amendment, and we'll be happy to hear from you from the podium if you wish to speak on that item.
Good evening. I'm Tim Fye. I live at 6028 FM 482, and I'm representing several of the family members that have had property out there for many years. In fact, we have a farm that's well over 150 years old at this time, 130 years old, and it's amazing to me how your plan, proposed plan, is quickly eliminating agricultural property and property that could be used for other needs of our future generations to enjoy the outdoors. The farming, the cattle, the trees. This is very important to our family, and the way the process has worked has been, quite, I guess, unrewarding to our family. First, we get annexed, sign these developmental agreements, which I think should be called protection of the agricultural agreement, and then we get intimidated with developers, lawyers representing developers coming out here and agreeing to these plans that we've been not privy to for some time. So you haven't talked to the landowners. You're making these assessments based on a growth of a city to benefit city dwellers, thinking that's good for them, where in fact land would be better for the future, for our children, grandchildren, and future generations to be able to access that locally, close to the city, but let's just don't take the city and make it all homes, rock quarries, etc. I've also got comment on the right-of-ways, but I think those are proposed, but I have the same concerns about taking our land and making them right-of-ways to support industry, not the people that want to see agriculture and things. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
My name is Mark Friesenhahn, and our family resides in and around the intersection of Friesenhahn Lane and FM 482. Our family, like Tim Fye and his family, have lived out in that area since, in fact, in our family's case, 1857. Long time. We attended a number of the city council and planning meetings 6 or 8 years ago. Time flies, and I don't have the exact date. But we commented on the annexation plans. We signed those delayed annexation plans to allow for the agriculture. We listened to all the pluses and minuses relating to the light industry along that corridor versus the agriculture. And I guess, like Tim's family, we have become pretty comfortable with the fact that Schertz finally recognized the agricultural heritage. You're aware of folks like Dean Wirtz here in Schertz who have helped us document that history, and it's a pretty rich one. And there's still folks who drive tractors and have people drive around them and shout at them, tell them to get out of the way. And you can almost write it down. Every one of those folks that does that is wide-eyed, late to work, or late to the babysitter. Pretty much the way it works. I'll just cut to the chase and say I'm like Tim. To see the for-hire representatives, legal folks and real estate agents representing clients who are interested in the commercial growth, and then to have to sit here and look at a map we can't even read, much less delineate the boundaries on an overhead projection. Even on your online presentations, most of this stuff isn't there. It'd be real useful to hear from folks that own the land. Our family would be included. We second Tim's comments a while ago. Don't lose sight of the agricultural designation and that historical heritage without thinking it through. It's inevitable commercial growth is around us. We're fastest growing area probably in the nation right now or close to it. And we all shudder when we dodge the gravel trucks and the cars that are out on the highway, but we have some control over it, particularly you folks on the commission. I'd like you to think about the agricultural folks and the heritage while you make your decisions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Again, I know that the subjects are different, but just to make sure, 006 is what we're having the public hearing on now. 007 is the Master Thoroughfare Plan. So anyone else who wishes to speak on the amendment to the future land use plan?
Hi, I'm Christine Hoffman. Address is 11601 Schaefer Road. I'm on the opposite end, but I do support these people too because we're on the other side of the 78. We're kind of on the other side of the tracks, as we'd like to call it. And, you know, we sat for years in meetings that said, you know, okay, how do y'all want your area kept? And I sat through, there was days of meetings that we sat through. We told them we wanted to keep agriculture on that side of Schertz. You know, and it kind of feels like it was a waste of time because look at Schertz now over there. Crossvine's in, there's another 170 houses going in. And I totally agree with these people because you're going to sit and listen to the people representing that, of course, it's all about money. And agriculture is a huge part of Schertz. We're known as a rural community, and it's becoming more and more cityfied. We've got Willow Grove directly across from us that took up the 100 acres. So I fully support the farm people. And let's try to keep it a little more rural and not take it all away from everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rosemary Hendricks, 3017 Turquoise. I, like the last speaker, support what the gentlemen have brought to y'all's attention, that y'all please give the homeowners the dignity and care that they deserve. Right now in our South Schertz, what we're fighting is trying to keep up with lift stations, sewage, and water. Excuse me, if I went out and bought property, I would have to be sure all of these issues were taken care of before I was given a building permit. What y'all are trying to do with the growth, y'all are building our needs after the fact. We need to slow down on the growth and consider the homeowners, please.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Ronald Schott. I live at 1300 Ingle Road. I've been before this committee before, fighting subdivisions over there. And I noticed on this map that FEMA, in their wisdom, has stopped the floodplain right in the middle of Ingle Road. I brought pictures in the past of the middle of Ingle Road right there where it's 200 foot across water where it floods. That extends back all the way through the back of my place into the subdivision they're building now. That subdivision is in there right now. There's two hills that are all flooding into the same area. And that's what I fought before. This floodplain needs to be extended. We got a 2.5 inch rain about a month ago. It knocked my fence down again for, can't even tell you the 40th time. I had 4 foot of water over about 15 acres. Now you're going to tell me that's not a floodplain. The developers, they say they're building a big holding tank. Well, I don't think they can build a big enough one. When it floods 15 acres on my property and it's 4 foot deep, what do you think it's going to do now that they build all these homes on there? And it's already been okayed by y'all to build these homes and streets. So you need to get a hold of FEMA and let them see this map and come in and see that area. I don't know what FEMA's thoughts are on this ending right in the middle of Ingle Road, but that's been flooding for years. There's people been washed off in vans on that thing. They thought they fixed it by putting a bridge in there 4 foot high. Well, hell, it was when we had that 2.5 inch rain. There was 3 foot of water over that bridge. And by the way, there's no flood sign on that flood gauge on that bridge either. This is in your ETJ. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Irene Patrisky. I live at 1117 Twin Lane, Schertz, Woodland Oak subdivision. I'm here to address the concern that people have as far as the need to keep the agriculture aspect of our community. I have served on the school district, SCUCISD, school board bond committees, and in 2006, part of our bond proposal that passed was passed by the community that voted for it was for the ag building increase, because we had numerous students in the school district that saw it was very important, and the students themselves presented before the school board and the bond committee the importance of expanding the need for the ag building, and there was a lot of money invested in that, and it showed the importance to where that was part of our proposition, a separate one to include that. So the future of our community felt that it was very important to speak. So not only the homeowners, but students they also see the importance of the agriculture aspect of our community. And the district supported that, and the community supported that. So I speak on behalf of that because it's very important. I see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional speakers? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing at 6:50. And we'll open for discussion and ask Mr. Cox from staff maybe to return to the podium and address some of the concerns.
Okay, there were a couple questions, and let me kind of start left to right here. There was a question in regards to a piece of property, a couple pieces of property off Tulip by a lady. That is pretty far back in Freeway Manor. You're actually looking, this is Freeway Manor, you're looking at towards back in this area. Again, this is conceptual in nature, and I'm happy to visit with you after the meeting, or if you come by, give me your contact information, we can talk about your properties. Freeway Manor has some unique items that other areas don't, because it's an existing subdivision that there's minimal infrastructure in, and it was platted back when it was still in the county. But I can visit with you on that on an aside if you'd like. So just to reiterate on this southern portion here, going to single family, there is some ag that's out here. The single family still supports that agricultural use in the RA zoning, as you can see here. The rest of it predominantly is already developed. There are already houses there. They've been there for many, many years. As we look at this northern portion, there's some questions about distances. Again, this is a conceptual in nature map. The rough distance is about 700 feet from the center line, the very middle of 35. Additionally, as you can see here, this is the current zoning for that section. It is predominantly zoned general business, which is a commercial zoning district as it exists today. So the property owners who own those pieces of land and choose to develop or choose to not develop and choose to deal with that land as they so desire are able to do certain agricultural practices under general business as it exists, but they're also able to develop it today. They're welcome to file a plat. They're welcome to come in for a site plan because they already have the zoning entitlements for general business, which is our general commercial zoning district that we see predominantly almost all the way along I-35 with some minor exceptions in a couple areas. Additionally, on this southern portion here, on our current comprehensive plan, we leave this basically 700-foot buffer between single-family land use designation and 35. It's not a very practical space to utilize the agriculture. Again, to everyone's benefit on the north side, there is not very much development along this north side. There's a couple businesses, and let me bring back that zoning map. It'll be a little easier to see this. There are a couple businesses here towards the very end. I believe they're kind of office warehousey buildings that have been there for many years. I think one of them right now is RV sales, and the other one may be a foundation location right next to the Tracker Boats. It's basically our city limit. That's what you see up here on the north. There is also intense, very small lot development on the other side of the city limit in New Braunfels, which is the Magnolia Springs development. It's a zoning district. They're very small lots. It's a zoning district that we do not permit by right in the city currently. And so again, city staff feels that there's an appropriateness to having the frontage portions of 35. There were a lot of folks who live off of 482 who own large acres of land that use it for agriculture. That's still supported by this map. As you can see, the green, to kind of point out 482 for you, it's right here, and it runs across. There is a number of environmental challenges in the north part of Schertz. There's some floodplain that's up there. You can kind of see it designated here in the hash. That presents development challenges. It's often more expensive to develop over floodplain or adjacent to floodplain. And there is very much a need for that agricultural use, and staff supports that completely. I will also comment that with the exception of, I want to say offhand, maybe 3 properties that are in this area, none of them are zoned in conformance with this comprehensive plan. So there's a lot of M1, which is our manufacturing light, all the way up in North Schertz, We have had over the last couple years a few people come in who have been doing small homesteads at 5-acre lots or larger, come in and request rezoning to our agricultural conservation zoning district, which is the zoning district that runs in line with the agricultural conservation land use. But again, it's not a direct comparison because there are some allowances for commercial, kind of along 482 in limited portions to help provide services to that agricultural community. Additionally, there's a lot of sentiment to the property owners about developing land adjacent to 35, maintaining agriculture. I will comment as a planner when we look at things like this, and there is a need for all uses within the city, which is why we have our codes the way that we do, which is why we have these comprehensive plans to help guide us in that development. It's a very hard line in the sand to say 35 should never develop as commercial. It should be agriculture. That's a very hard line in the sand to draw. The city staff's opinion on that is, again, the frontage of 35 seems appropriate for that commercial, just located approximately within those 700 feet. As you get further back to those very large tracts of land that people currently use as agriculture, and I imagine for many years in the future will continue to use as agriculture, and we hope that they do, that area absolutely should be maintained as agriculture, which is still represented by the existing comprehensive land use plan and the future land use map, and is not being requested to be changed at this time. I do know, and as you read through the sector plan update that was alluded to by a few folks for Northern Schertz, we have a very different feel in that area. As you drive along 482, it is very different feel than driving down 1518. There's definitely more topography up in Northern Schertz than we do in Southern Schertz. And maintaining that character and that heritage is important. It is mentioned. It is one of the goals of the plan. But again, kind of the opinion of city staff is that this section along 35 is most appropriate there. But it seems from the conversations that I got for the most part that this area was more of the contentious area. And if the commission is interested in modifying this, our suggestion would be to not touch the southern portion, again, because we leave kind of this weird buffer between potential single-family uses and the frontage that's not necessarily appropriate. Again, towards the northern portion, city staff feels that this is appropriate. However, if the commission would like it changed, we're amenable to that as well. I'm also available to answer questions that you'll have. I think I got most of that.
Okay. Thank you, Bryce. We'll open for discussion. Commissioners?
Yes, Bryce, a couple of questions for you just to clarify some of the stuff for the people participating tonight. The 700-foot buffer that you were talking about, that's on each side of the center line of 35, correct?
Correct. So it's approximately 1,400 feet overall. Again, this is not denoted by hard lines where we say, nope, 700 feet, that's where it stops. It's a no-go. This is a conceptual plan in nature. The zoning district will provide the strict regulation, which again is another item that this item goes before the commission for a recommendation, ultimately to city council for a decision, much like zonings do as well.
In the two areas that we're looking at updating the land use plan, we're basically looking to update it to reflect the existing conditions on the ground, and we're not looking to make any substantive changes, correct?
That is correct. Again, there's minimal development along the northern portion of 35 from here. Again, we're looking at just past Schwab Road on the north side all the way to the city limit, which again is about the tractor boat rental location from 700 feet north of the center line. There's a couple businesses there. There's more older development on the south portion as we start seeing Quintero Stone. I think there's another concrete statuary there, an office business, a couple more developed locations, but yes.
And just a final comment from me to my fellow commissioners is that, I would support the idea of the commercial campus there on 35. We know that the frontage road is the most valuable real estate we have in the city. We recently achieved being able to have more than 50% of our tax revenue coming from commercial businesses instead of the rooftops. I'd like to see that continue, and I think this is totally appropriate.
Gentleman brought up the flooding on the. Yeah, I know. On the road up there, that's been flooding for. See, I've been in the city 53 years, so it's been flooding 53 years that I know of. The drainage work that was done back after the 98 flood, feds did not come back and reassess what was done and how much it would fix anything. They just, it'll come next time they do a normal recycle. When that's going to be, nobody can get you an idea. They don't know. Especially now, they're probably not going to have enough money. that drainage thing just makes, it's crazy because it did my house too. I had 4 foot of water inside the house. And I live about 4 blocks up the street here. So well aware of the flooding situation in the city. This building in the City Hall was an island. Anyway, Mortec Farms, people sold that property, it's being developed. Property on Engle Road would never be developed as property, single-family homes, till the gentleman passed away and the children sold the property. We don't change the zoning unless it's requested. Once you pass and your children get the property, they can do with it as they please. Just keep it in mind. As far as keeping the RA in that northern section, I would really like to keep as much of the farmland as possible. But again, it goes back to the owners. The owners are the children of you people. When you pass, that child has the right to do whatever he wants with the land. I'm sorry, but that's rule of law. They can sell it, redevelop it, whatever they want to do.
Bryce, just a curiosity question. The gray area that kind of sits up above, is there a reason that's, and it's hard to tell from the color, but why is that not green like everything around?
Sure. So that's an industrial section. What we have there currently today is the GE as well as Cisco are both located there. And so what we're looking at is this area here as Schwab comes up. This is David Lax coming across. And so we've got GE here adjacent to the train tracks and then Cisco right in front of it. As you will notice, there's also another area for industrial off of 2252 as it splits from 482 north, where there's already some existing industrial development, and then as you even go further north into Garden Ridge and Garden Ridge ETJ, you get into the quarries and the brick manufacturers that are up there as well. And so again, a lot of this is keeping like uses together for the best compatibility.
Thank you. And can you show me the gentleman that was talking about the floodplain and Engle, I think it's the, can you show me where that is on the map?
Big low point.
I can attempt to. So this is Eckert Road right here. And so I'm assuming we're talking in this area right in here, which again is right towards the edge of our city limit. I know that there has been development in New Braunfels outside of the city limit off of Engle Road that may be contributing to this. Unfortunately, we don't have the ability to push our regulations onto New Braunfels because we do have very high drainage and floodplain regulations to do the best that we can to prevent any development from negatively impacting any of the surrounding neighbors.
Okay, yeah, as he was speaking, I was trying to understand where he was talking about, because the only Engle Road I'm familiar with is in New Braunfels. And I was just wondering if there was a continuation over somewhere on our side.
I think the gentleman who spoke, this issue came up with the zoning and platting of the Parklands development. He's adjacent to that, and at that time he expressed similar concerns with regard to flooding and floodplain issues. So I believe, as Bryce said, he's sort of in at the corner across the middle of the Parklands project.
Can you put up the zoning map, please?
For this northern section?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Just to reconfirm, the action we can possibly take tonight will not change any of the current zoning?
Correct.
And you did mention that if any of the current property owners wish to change the current zoning, they can do that by applying to the city staff?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I think that's an important point to remember, and Mr. Cox pointed that out earlier at the beginning of his remarks, that the future land use plan and the zoning map are not necessarily mirror images. The action that is being proposed to take tonight deals with the future land use plan, and as was just pointed out, zoning requests need to be asked for before action to come to the Planning and Zoning Commission, through staff to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So we're not dealing tonight with zoning categories like are reflected on this map, GB for general business, free for pre-development, but rather the commercial campus outline that was presented earlier is a reflection of what we think are the best uses of the land today and in the future. Just so we all recognize the distinction in those two issues. Are there any further discussion, commissioners? If not, Chair will entertain a motion. This is making a recommendation to City Council.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we recommend to City Council approval of the amendment to the Schertz Future Land Use Plan as presented in case ZC 2017-006, Northern Schertz Future Land Use Plan Amendment as presented.
Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Broad, second from Mr. Dalla, to make a recommendation to City Council to approve the amendment to the Schertz Future Land Use Plan in Northern Schertz as presented. Any further discussion? Not, call for a vote. Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. We thank you all for attending and voicing the concerns that you did. All right, the next public hearing is item 5B on our agenda, which is ZC 2017-007, hold a public hearing, consider and make a recommendation to City Council on an amendment to the Schertz Master Thoroughfare Plan.
Thank you.
James.
I'll do a few brief comments, or try to be brief. Those of you on the commission and those in the audience where I've spoken before, often I'm not as brief as I'd like to be. I will point out, though, that the future land use plan amendment still goes to City Council. The Planning and Zoning Commission on that last item and this item is a recommending body. City Council makes the ultimate decision. We anticipate that item going for first reading on
Tuesday, June 27th. And then, assuming there's action taken, the final reading would be Tuesday, July 11th.
So again, for folks in the audience who attended tonight, you will not get another notice in the mail, but you can check the city's website or contact planning staff and we can confirm those dates. But I'd certainly encourage folks to show back up at City Council. They will have a record of this meeting and those comments, but would encourage folks to participate again. So moving on to this item, the City of Schertz is proposing to do an update to our thoroughfare plan. As you know, the city has a number of documents that help guide growth and development in the city. We have the zoning map and zoning ordinances and unified development code, which really regulate what can be done on property and how it can be done. And then we have those documents like the comprehensive plan, of which the thoroughfare plan is an element, much like our parks plan and things like that, that really become that vision of what we need to provide in the future for our community. And those documents need to be looked at periodically. I know there's some comments of folks, we showed up back 8 years ago, and some who've been here longer, 15 years ago, and 20 years ago, and 30 years ago, and frankly, there'll be folks showing up here as we continue to look at those documents 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, because the world changes and Schertz changes. It's always interesting when you talk to folks how long they've lived here, and certainly, that's a factor in how folks perceive the world. Often we'll talk to folks who've moved in within, say, the last 10 years and say, man, Schertz is growing so fast, it's changing so much. And we say, well, talk to Mr. Greenwald or Mr. Richmond, and they remember when 3/4 of us did not live in this community because there were only 10,000 people in the city of Schertz, and you can certainly find folks out there who've lived here longer. I'm looking for Gail over there who can remember when there were far fewer folks even. So, and over here as well, yes, change is inevitable. And I think the goal is to try to balance that change. What we often don't want, and I think this is not unique to Schertz, but every community, we don't want to lose those things that make Schertz special. And for many of folks, it's going out on a front porch and seeing open space and farmland, driving down a country road where you wave at the person as you pass and you know who they are. And frankly, you probably knew their parents and you knew their grandparents, or you know their children or even their grandchildren. And with development, that changes. We become bigger, things like that. By way of illustrating that, we mailed out for this thoroughfare plan item 13,247 notices as we notified every property owner. Again, I'm not good at judging numbers. We've got a few hundred folks. So again, thank you to the folks who got the notice, who said, this is important, it's important to my community, and I'm going to come out and I'm going to let them know what I think, whether I like it, I don't like it, or what the case may be. And I think that's important to keep in mind with regard to the thoroughfare plan. The reality is the city has made decisions to zone property in the past, as we saw in the last item where the designation was ag conservation, but it's zoned for general business. It already allows folks to come in that way. So we have property zone that can be developed, and we need to accommodate the infrastructure to serve those folks. We have a lot of issues right now with traffic, and that traffic isn't just generated by folks who live in the city of Schertz. We don't inhabit a world by ourselves. As development increases in Cibolo, in New Braunfels, in San Antonio, in Universal City, in Garden Ridge, all of that traffic generally needs to pass through Schertz as well. And we have to realize that, to basically say we're not going to deal with it, we're going to try to stop it. We will lose that fight, and we will wake up one day and realize we did not provide adequate infrastructure. Last night at City Council, a couple of things occurred that I think are relevant. One is Council authorized the purchase of property for the third fire station in Schertz off Lower Seguin Road. Again, We have a challenge in keeping up with development, but the key is that we keep up and that we plan, that we work with the school district and plan for adequate schools, that we work and plan for an adequate mix of land uses, that we provide adequate water, sewer, and road systems going forward, and those public safety facilities as well, like fire stations. The other thing that occurred last night is EMS recognized those folks who saved people who had heart attacks. And we probably had 35 or so folks who were recognized for being part of that. As they will tell you, part of it is having the right equipment. It's the folks to shock people and bring them back. But a big part of it is being able to get there in time to actually do that. And a lot of that goes with our thoroughfare plan network. And so again, much of what you'll hear us talk about tonight, we don't need today. We don't need these roads to be built today, but the concern is we will need them down the road. People will often ask, when is this road going to go in? And I can't tell you. We won't know. We don't know. It's generally as development occurs, but it's not just development in Schertz. Even if we said, let's not let any more happen here, it's the development around us. And we've seen that on 78. A lot of that traffic isn't folks living in Schertz or working in Schertz. They work at Randolph. They live further away and they need to get where they are. So again, the plan before you tonight is to look at our future thoroughfare plan and the needs we have before us. And you will likely hear folks who stand up and say, we don't want this road here. You will likely hear people stand up or people in the community say, we need this road. Traffic is bad. I need another way to get there. You will hear property owners tell you that their properties are negatively impacted by having a road proposed to cut through it. You will hear other property owners saying, you need to move that road over on my property so that it's accessible, so that it's worth more, etc. The challenge on these items is we have so many different interests. We have people, and again, it was discussed on the last item, who are tired of farming land, tired of growing crops on it. They've been approached by developers, and frankly, they want to retire off somewhere because the world isn't what it used to be. They don't look out and see all the other farms. They look out and they see development. We've got other folks who want to preserve that. Again, tomorrow night, we're having a meeting in the Civic Center with a lot of folks south of Randolph, and a lot of that discussion is about how much development we want down there as well, and we'll hear folks on both sides of that. So the reality is we're not likely to get everybody to say they like the plan. I think it is important, though, that everyone feel they be heard and that we try to balance those things as we go forward with regard to people's interests, because likely you have different people with different interests either way. But the key is we have to plan for our future. We would be remiss to not do that going forward, and I think Kathy will probably start off a little bit with talking about how we got here and what we were doing back in 1972 as we looked at our transportation network, because frankly, Schertz Parkway wasn't on it. And yet, here we are today off Schertz Parkway.
Ms. Woodley, thank you for coming.
Commissioners?
I look forward to hearing your comments.
Okay. See if I can get this thing to work. Okay, there we go. So just to sort of segue from Brian's comments, this is the first of this sort of a plan that the city had. This comes from a document that is the Schertz, Texas Base Studies Comprehensive Development Plan for Schertz, Texas from 1972. And we can see we've got 1518 on there and 3009, 35, and I-10. And we probably don't really need any other thoroughfares, right? So in any case, we all know that that's not true. So then flash forward to 2002, there was a thoroughfare plan done along with the comprehensive plan. That comprehensive plan is still active, but as a dynamic document, it's been changed, it's been modified, amended, and the sector plan that went that was approved in 2013 updated that. There was an update to the thoroughfare plan associated with that, and unfortunately, I was not prepared enough. I have a copy of it in my presentation, but just you might recognize a piece of this document. This is the current approved master thoroughfare plan for the city. So in my presentation, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the changes from that one to this one. If I can ever get to the presentation. Can't get the... Oh, right. Yeah, that's what I was pressing, but it was not coming up. Okay. 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 Thank you for your patience with me. So I'm going to go through some of the basics. I'm sure there are some folks here in the audience that haven't heard this, sort of a refresher for you guys. You've been through this a lot. So the purpose of the thoroughfare plan is not to identify streets that we're going to go out and build. It's to provide a framework for the orderly development of an adequate system as land development occurs and as traffic increases, which is happening hopefully in a controlled and responsible way. So we look at our existing roads sized properly and what new roads do we need as the city grows. It enables coordination with outside agencies and private interests with respect to roadway improvements. So we need to be sure that our roads line up with Cibolos roads, line up with Garden Ridge roads, San Antonio roads, and so forth. And it's to reduce travel and transportation costs. So if we plan properly, we can minimize traffic congestion. So, kind of already touched on this, the last complete thoroughfare plan was prepared in 2002 as part of the comprehensive plan. Population then, almost 23,000. Then the sector plan updated it to a certain extent when the population was around 36,000. So take note of the fact that in 2013, the planning process did not include travel forecast modeling, functional classification, and access management evaluation, CIP development, or any other parts of a full thoroughfare plan study. So we saw a need to conduct one of these studies. Again, here's a copy of the existing current City of Schertz master thoroughfare plan. And I will highlight what's being proposed to be changed from that in a little bit. So the tasks to get through the thoroughfare plan is to identify issues and develop policies. For example, what level of service are we comfortable with here in Schertz? Are we okay with streets that just sit at a crawl? Or do we want to keep traffic flowing? What character of roads do we want? Do we want roads that look like Schertz Parkway? Do we want roads that look like 3009 or like existing 1518? We coordinate with other agencies, analyze the existing thoroughfare system, and that includes mapping, traffic counts, planning developments, what we see on the horizon as far as developments coming in, commercial and residential. It also looks at future land use growth scenarios, so their 10 and 20-year projections and travel forecasting. With the City of Schertz and also regionally, a lot of the work comes from the Alamo Area Metropolitan Planning Organization. Then there's the development of the plan. Next, we look at plan strategies and CIP programming, and then plan adoption and documentation. And we'll talk a little bit about at the end about what will come after this plan is adopted. So I mentioned coordination with outside agencies, and here in Schertz, we have 7 adjacent municipalities. We've got 3 counties. We've got the Alamo Metropolitan Planning Organization and TxDOT to deal with. So we got a lot of moving pieces, and every one of those agencies and jurisdictions have some amount of input. So during the development of the thoroughfare plan, we identified deficiencies and needs. We identified improvements for short and long-term implementation. It looked at non-motorized mobility planning. So hopefully you were able to read the report, and I know we're focusing an awful lot on the map, but there also is that policy document that goes with it that really describes, first of all, where all of this came from that you see on the map, but also explains what thought went into it, what we did as far as having an open house, bringing in folks on steering committees, and really trying to figure out what Schertz wants and needs. We also evaluated the functional classifications of the road, and I really appreciate that from the engineering department, because when a development comes in, we need to be able to tell them, okay, you're building a collector, and this is exactly the cross-section that you're going to need to build. It's going to be this wide, your pavement's going to be this wide, and there's a purpose for that. And then there's an evaluation also of access management. So how far apart do we space intersections? How far apart do we space driveways? So the guidance for those sorts of things are contained in the document. Then we come to the proposed master thoroughfare plan. And for a lot of the folks here tonight and all the phone calls that we got, I want to publicly acknowledge that I was the person who decided to put that tiny little bitty map on the postcard. It was intended to be a pretty colorful graphic, just a, hey, this is what we're talking about. It was not supposed to be able to be read, and I apologize so much for so many people getting very concerned and worried and just thinking it was terrible we would send such a thing out that you couldn't read. So apologies for that. We do have it on the website. We have a couple typos on the website version. We're going to get the revised plan up tomorrow. You all have the revised plan in your hands. So with that said, we've revised the classifications from the current standard, which only defined classifications by the right-of-way width. So we had previously major and minor thoroughfares that had 120 foot, 86, 60, and that was about it. It didn't really define what those sections looked like. It was just, this is the right-of-way width. So we wanted to go into a little bit more detail, and we're going to make more consistent our construction standards and our planning standards so that when someone says a residential collector, we all know what a residential collector is. So this is the new set of classifications, and you also note that there are some grade separations identified on the map. Also note that the solid lines are existing facilities. They may or may not be the correct ultimate proposed size, but they are an existing roadway. And same with the grade separation. The solid are existing, and if it's a dotted line, those are projected proposed needs. So going through the different classifications. Principal arterials, which show up on the map as red, are the biggest of those. And I'm not going to go into the freeways, which would be I-10 and I-35. Those are under the control of TxDOT, and I don't think we're going to change those under our plan. So the principal arterials, for example, 3009, 1103, 1518, the 1518 portion south of 78, and 1103, they generally provide a high degree of regional mobility, so getting from one city to another for folks passing through Schertz. Access is carefully managed. We don't allow curb cuts quite as readily as we do on smaller sections. There's generally a curb and gutter section with underground stormwater utilities and drainage. And these are two examples of principal arterials. We've got a 4-lane section and a 6-lane section. We did hear from a wide variety of folks in the community who specified, let me back up for a second. One thing we were looking at is how we incorporate pedestrian and bicycle mobility in the thoroughfares, and there are different schools of thought, and we did hear from the community that on the higher speed roadways and higher volumes of traffic, they preferred that cyclists and pedestrians would be as far away from the traffic as possible. So we've created these sections to address that. Next would be the secondary arterials. They provide more for crosstown mobility, so it's a little bit more geared toward the movement of traffic within the city, and so it's slightly lower speeds than principal arterials. There's managed access, but it's a little bit less stringent. Generally, a 4-lane divided section with curb and gutter, and some examples of this are Wiederstein, Old Wiederstein, and again, we say curb and gutter, so some of these roads, Lower Seguin Road, Wiederstein, and Trainer Hale Road, they don't have curb and gutter right now, but the thoroughfare plan projects that they would fall under the classification that would generally have that in the future, so for full build-out. We also have several secondary rural arterials where we don't see there'll be quite as much development. They serve basically the same function. The biggest difference is that there's generally open channels on the side of the road to handle drainage instead of a curb and gutter section. Residential collectors are the ones that, a lot of us are familiar with in Central Schertz. Woodland Oaks Drive, Savannah, we have others listed here, Ray Corbett Drive, Live Oak Road, Wiederstein, west of 3009. Those are to collect and distribute traffic to and from subdivisions, residential subdivisions, and commercial areas. So just the easiest thing for me to think of is Woodland Oaks, where you've got all the subdivisions and they all come out onto Woodland Oaks, and you can travel between 3009 and Schertz Parkway very efficiently. Now for the residential collectors, it's a lower speed road. There's generally not parking on the streets as there would be in a residential local street, but it's a slower travel, and so we would provide space on the street for bike lanes. Commercial collectors serve a similar function to residential collectors, but just like it sounds, they are generally located in the commercial areas. So here we also have an alternative section that is a more urbanized section for a downtown type situation. And there would either be lanes for shared cycling or off-street shared use path. So again, just a reminder of the classifications, and now I'm going to talk about the significant changes from the existing plan to the proposed plan. And again, the proposed plan was developed based on the current comprehensive plan that was adopted as part of the sector plan. And I think looking at the consultants, they don't really see the changes that were recommended for approval tonight as being very impactful to this, the plan that we're presenting. So I'm looking at this, I'll go through this with y'all in 3 different segments, and so we'll look at Northern Schertz first and then Central and Southern. And we've got highlights here that identify the differences. So in, I think in Northern and Southern, Southern mostly, but in Northern there's one connection that's recommended to come off. It's not seen as being particularly useful. There are a few new thoroughfares, one being Homestead Parkway, which is already partially constructed. The rest of it is master planned. There's another that is actually, part of it will go through Homestead, and it's master planned right now. Homestead, actually, the subdivision extends back into Cibolo. So to point out also, the gray areas that are outside, the yellow, are outside the city of Schertz. But you'll see gray lines on there. Those are actually, and our biggest neighbor, Cibolo, recently adopted a master thoroughfare plan, so these lines are from their adopted plan. So we made sure that we're lining up with those in all cases. And then we did see the need for another thoroughfare up here between Eckerd and, this is actually Angle way up here. So I'll mention that, for there was a question earlier the little portion of Engle Road right here is in the city limits of Schertz. And it is actually proposed to be a decrease in road classification from the existing plan. There's also, I believe that Schwab Road, north of 35, is proposed for an increased classification, and the primary justification for that is because it is proposed as a really large section from the city of New Braunfels. So we're following suit with them and also considering the industrial development that we've got right here with Cisco and GE and potentially some other developments. So those are some, oh, and okay, and then we also, of course, we have got FM 1103 on here, and it is actually from the existing plan. I'm trying to see, it was not even identified on the previous plan, so it's kind of a hole that was left, but it's being added to this one, and of course it's the TxDOT project right now that's looking to acquire up to 120 foot of right-of-way. I believe we've got 130 foot on there for the case that we may need to expand slightly further in the future, maybe from the four-lane section to a 6-lane section. So then looking at Central Schertz, mostly built out, so there's not a whole lot of need for new roadways, but we did want to make sure that all of the thoroughfare level classifications that we've got, we want to keep them in the plan, make sure that they're modeled as what they should be, and make sure that we do have the opportunity to reconfigure the cross sections if need be to comply with the proposed thoroughfare cross sections that I went through earlier. So you see, we are calling Schertz Parkway a major arterial, although it's a principal arterial, I'm sorry, although its right-of-way is significantly less, and we don't foresee acquiring additional right-of-way anytime soon. That road really has a lot squeezed into a small area, but because the look and feel of it is really appropriate for what we heard folks want to see in our larger roads, we wanted to keep it with that same classification. FM 1518 north of 78 is identified as a decrease in classification, generally because of, I think, TxDOT is not looking to plan any major improvements there, and it is identified as a secondary arterial. So then moving into Southern Schertz, first I will highlight some of these roads. All the pink roads that you see here are the connections and thoroughfares that were they are on the current plan, but they're being removed primarily because it is anticipated that density will be lower over here south of the Air Force Base. Based on the JLUS study, that was taken into account also. Now we realize that we don't have an actual adopted land use modification to have a lower density in that area, but it will almost certainly be a lower density than it is now. And with the projections, those additional roadways are not projected to be necessary. The extension of 3009 is on the current plan. We did look at adjusting the alignment to a certain degree. We're also looking at adding another north-south connection in between Lower Seguin and I-10. This right here is a new identified road that would be a commercial collector in the anticipation of commercial development along I-10. So with that, those are basically the highlights of the significant changes between current and proposed. So again, this is the proposed thoroughfare plan. And I'm going to put that up. I'm going to leave it up. We've got our consultant, Friesen Nichols, here. I wanted to give an overview of everything and sort of restate the background of the whole plan. But these guys have actually done the technical work behind the models that demonstrate why we need these roads, and so they will be able to answer questions with respect to any specifics when it comes to that.
You may want to let them do a little introduction on some of the methodology and things like
Okay.
that right now, just to kind of get that out of the way.
Okay? And we have Eddie Haas and David Payne with Friesen Nichols.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present the plan before you. We'll be here to answer any technical questions you might have, but I did want to add a little more to the comment that Kathy had about thought that there are least impactful changes to the thoroughfare plan. Anytime there is some changes, that we see that as impactful because it affects a variety of folks. What I was referring to was simplistically, we're adding 5 new segments and we're deleting 5 other segments throughout the thoroughfare network. We're proposing lane increases in certain areas, lane decreases in other areas, based on the future land use plan that's driving the travel demand model we've used to prepare the analysis. So all of these things as a tool in helping us with long-term network connections, it helped us to formulate the recommended plan that you have before you. Kathy correctly identified that there's a lot of evolving things going on around Schertz. But changes in the Cibolo plan caused us to go back to take a look at future connections. The plan calls for a connection to Trainer Hale to Cibolo. If Cibolo doesn't do anything, that connection doesn't happen for a long, long time. We see that as a 15-year plus kind of improvement east of Trainer Hale. Those kinds of things. So generally, for a 20-year horizon, and based on how your land use plan is currently set up, this is the recommended network that we see. One of the other key items that we have as part of the plan is how do we address intersections? As the thoroughfare plan document is a policy document, we have some guidance on how do we improve intersections? How do we corner clips to add the left turn bays, the right turn bays? We were over at Live Oak and 1103 this afternoon, kind of waiting behind a couple of lights. Those kind of improvements are what are critically needed. Link level generally is okay, and for the most part, but how do we treat intersections is what long-term we want to be able to handle. So that in itself will help to address some of the operational issues that we might see long-term. Other areas that are more critical, i.e. SH 78, 1518, we looked at 3009. That was on your previous plan. We're recommending that stays on there. A little alignment modification to kind of create some better connectivity with Trainer Hale. We're recommending no change to that. Bottom line in that scenario, there's delays in the range of up to 20 minutes. It's astronomical based on the amount of congestion currently out there. But if you don't have on the plan at least the connection that's still on your plan, if you don't have that kind of connection on there, travel or forecasted delays are going to double. And so the question then would be before you, if you decide not to leave it on the plan, then you might be willing to live with those kinds of delays. So we use this travel demand model as a tool to help us in looking at some of these operational conditions. Okay? And then finally, growth will happen. That's what is inevitable. We've seen it in many communities that we work with. It's a matter of timing of when growth happens. So it's important that we get out in front of this by way of identifying alignments or generalized alignments. We recognize that some alignments can be tweaked based on some historic or environmental condition that we're not aware of. So we recognize that generally all those dashed lines, there is some tweaking generally that can be allowable. As growth occurs, it may be next generation, the following generation in time when that all occurs. This is the kind of network that's going to be needed to support that kind of growth and development. Okay, so just kind of a prelude to some of the plan, or anticipate some of the questions we might have, but we're going to be more than happy to answer any questions you have. David, any comments you might want to add? Okay, so with that, I will turn it over either to you, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and or if you wanted to open up to the public hearing, yes, your prerogative.
I think we'll go ahead and have the public hearing, and you can listen and hear and prepare to respond, if you would, and we'll go from there. Thank you. All right, again, this is a public hearing, the subject being the amendment to the Master Thoroughfare Plan, and we still have some people on this list that obviously wanted to speak to that, and we'll have additional ones in the audience. Again, we want to hear from everyone, but if you would, not restate concerns. Once we hear them, I think we'll get a pretty good response generated, but let's try to move it along so that we can get everybody who wants to speak an opportunity at the podium. So we'll open the public hearing at 7:45, and we'll start with those who are still signed up on this previous list and exhaust that first. And the first one is Ricky Roberts.
My name is Ricky Roberts, and I live at 23041 Nacogdoches Road, right off of 482. And I apologize I didn't hear, but did y'all say how wide the planned arteria was going to be on 482? What that plan was? Huh? How much?
120 feet.
Where are you going to get the land from? You're going through all the historical stores and everything that's out there on 482, and your jurisdiction is from 482 to the railroad track. So you're going to take that whole section out. All the houses, the church that's there, is that all coming out for this thoroughfare? That's what concerns me.
To be clear, what we'll try to do, if it's a quick answer on just what's a width, we'll try to call it out. But for longer answers, we're going to take notes, and we'll try to come back up after everybody's through and walk through all of the answers.
Okay, are you going to take, each, where y'all have jurisdiction, are you going to take the 130 feet, or are you going to go to the west of 482 and take some land? Because if you do, that affects me and my family. And I need to know that.
Yes, sir. That's a longer answer, so we'll come back up with it.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Pinchorn.
Good evening, Commissioners, ladies and gentlemen. As most of you know that know me, I'm Mark Pinchorn. I live at 8320 Trainer Hale Road, where I have lived for the past 60 years. And most of you who have been here for a while know that in the past decade or so, I've been before this group and City Council and a variety of other groups anytime that the southern extension of Schertz has been discussed. My biggest concerns is floods, and back when 3009 was previously proposed and discussed with TxDOT through a variety of hearings, I made my point known that the plans that were in place at that time did not address the floods that had happened, particularly 98, also the 2002 and 2004 floods, which were quite large. And maybe we're out of that. Maybe we won't have that kind of floods again. But the area south of 78 is a different topography than the area north of 78. And my concern is if we build out the southern Schertz like our consultants have said we're going to, whether or not we put the thoroughfares in, it's going to be a massive drainage project to keep flooding from happening. And I'm personally involved in that because my home is directly on the edge of the Cibolo floodplain. In 98, it was surrounded by water. I did not have water in my house. My grandfather and great-grandfather and great-great-grandfather picked a very good home site. But my concern is that the way the South Schertz be built out, that we take into account that this is not the normal floodplain area that is in the rest of the city. And that if we can keep the development at a low enough level to where there is not high-density housing and not lots of rooftops and lots of drainage ditches, that the flooding in our area will not be excessive. If we build it out to its capacity and have another 98 flood, I'll wash down the creek. Anyway, that's my biggest concern. I'm not in favor of any high-density build-out. I am in favor of planning. It's the reason I brought my dental practice to Schertz when I did 17 years ago, was because Schertz was planning, and I thank you guys for doing that. I'm in Schertz. I didn't volunteer to live in Schertz. They came after me, but since I am in Schertz, thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. Harold Bauer. Okay, thank you. Daryl Drillard. I apologize for some of these pronunciations. I think they're probably farther away than they are closer.
Good evening. My name is Daryl Drillard. I live at 11721 Moonlight Meadows in the Lost Meadows subdivision, which is just outside of Crescent Bend Park off of Schaefer. I just wanted to speak in my opposition for the amended planned extension of 3009 the way it is mapped currently. And I'm speaking on behalf of myself and also the Ratcliffe family, which is at the end of Moonlight Meadows, where that extension, 120, 130 foot wide right-of-way, is angled to go right into his house, curve, and then skirt around his house as it cuts back the other way. The issues I have concern the negative impact on the livability of the residents of the Lost Meadows subdivision, as well as passive loss of use of land based on the way that is mapped. And most specifically, what I am talking about is several negative impacts. One being most of those, that's a very unique structure in that subdivision, was developed over a couple phases. Most of the properties, homes in that subdivision, which is only a couple streets, is 1.5 to 2.5 acre lots. The covenants and restrictions that are recorded in county records in that property, the subdivision is actually in Bexar County. They are recorded in the Bexar County records, do allow for farm animals, livestock, poultry. My concern is a 120-foot right-of-way that is just on the other side of what used to be, before it was Crescent Bend Park, home sites that were flooded out. Now we're going to redirect a major structure right along Lost Meadows, right into the edge of Moonlight Meadows and skirt around by the back of CCMA. It's going to have implications in terms of, like the gentleman before me who spoke, in terms of irrigation issues. So we may create a second flood zone that just washed out what is now Crescent Bend Park, will wash out the rest of Lost Meadows if it's not done appropriately, because we already know Lost Meadows, half of it is on the FEMA map in certain areas on the end of it, as well as Crescent Bend. The other issues that I'm concerned with is in that subdivision, the gentleman who spoke before, Mr. Brian James, I believe his name was, he came up and said, we want to ensure that we don't lose what makes Schertz special. Well, what makes Schertz special for the residents of the Lost Meadows subdivision is the ability to walk out. We have large lots of land. We can hear the chickens going, and now all of a sudden in our backyard, skirting around all of our properties, is going to be 120 foot to 130 foot right-of-way, principal arterial that's going to run right into us and skirt around us. That affects our livability. Market value, I'm a real estate broker. I can tell you I've never seen market values skyrocket when you put a major arterial in someone's backyard. Our market values will be negatively affected for that whole subdivision as well. Lastly, in terms of the livability of the subdivision, when you put a principal arterial in our backyard and skirt it the way it's skirted to curve all around our subdivision, we have noise issues as well. I looked at the principal arterial in terms of the traffic flow of what's projected to go through. The tens of thousands, I believe it said 35 or 45,000 on a principal arterial, right in your backyard going along the side of your house. I don't know what noise abatement processes are going to be put into place to do that, and I kind of understand, I guess, why it was angled that way, because you're trying to get away from, I saw some of the original plans, it was angled the other way and then it came back. But for that community and for us that live in that subdivision, it's a small little pocket. I think you're doing us a complete disservice, and you're probably going to turn it into another extension of Crescent Bend Park if you do it that way. That's my points. I do have one caveat, if I may. If at the end, if someone could explain, based on the way that is mapped currently, I want to know if it's planned to put a Moonlight Meadow intersection where it's going to run right into what's currently a cul-de-sac on the end of CCMA and the end of Moonlight Meadows. The second thing is where it's going to curve around, where I was at a previous public hearing where they were looking at going ahead against the Unified Development Code to allow Authority Lane as an exception to what the UDC is in terms of width. The current planning of 3009 is going to curve right around Authority Lane and cut back right behind Mr. Ratcliffe's property, who was here sitting next to me but had to leave, and right back around my home, which butts up right against Authority Lane. I want to know what kind of intersection is going to be put there, or how that is going to be handled so CCMA still has access right behind our properties, and now you have a major arterial that crosses right over that, right behind our homes. If that could be addressed, I would appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Reagan, and I'm sorry, but I can't read this last name. Is it Rowley?
Reagan Rowie. I live at 7993 Turner Hill Road, number 4, in the ETJ for Schertz. I want you all to keep in mind one thing. Your values, your first one is do the right thing. Okay. The second thing I wanted to make a point is that Ms. Woodley showed a while ago the different organizations that they had in on the planning for this master plan. And I'm not knocking that you have to plan. I understand that you have to plan as a city to develop. Okay. But the ones I missed from that list a while ago is the San Antonio River Authority, who handles all the watershed for the Cibolo Creek and all the tributaries. The Texas Water Resources Institute out of A&M that does all the research on the purity of the water in the Cibolo Creek and all the tributaries. And also the Texas State Soil and Water Conservation Board. This is a rhetorical question you don't have to answer because I realize you can't answer a question, is that were y'all aware that there was a meeting last week on the study for the Texas Water Resources Institute, that they've been compiling massive amount of information on the Cibolo Creek and all the tributaries. And it was very shocking, but it was also, you could lead yourself to some conclusions when you looked at the data, because in our area, in the watershed for the Cibolo Creek, which includes all the tributaries from Rosillo Creek, Saltrillo Creek, and the one for Universal City, and then that all goes into Martinez Creek, and then into, and including our Women's Holland Creek, which y'all are going to put the sewer line going through, or Schertz is going to put the sewer line through the creek. But when you look at what has been developed, and this plan plans for development, and like the one man said, the minute you put the road in, values skyrocket, and you're going to see development. You know, people like some of you who have been here 25 years or almost 25 years, you're long in the tooth. There should be term limits. But anyway, if you look at the data, the development that has happened in Kirby, Converse, and Universal City are on those tributaries for the Cibolo Creek. They all go into Martinez Creek. Martinez Creek is already considered impaired as in pollution for nitrates, nitrites, low oxygen levels, and E. coli. You're at the borderline now with what the Cibolo Creek has and they're only looking at the mid to lower part of the Cibolo Creek. And they haven't even built the CCMA 10.3 million gallon per day processing plant. We haven't seen the development yet. And what shocked me, as none of these organizations were concerned, are concerned or have been connected or contacted by the planning organizations or the engineering company over here to find out what the levels were and what type of impact this type of development that you're going to stimulate when you put in the roads, when and if. Now, we know from Mr. James, we weren't supposed to get this until later on, and then all of a sudden everything humps up, and we've got something coming down our road and going through our land. We've also got a heritage farm, just like Mark Penzorn has, and the other persons that spoke earlier. We're very proud of that. We're very proud of the agriculture. Cibolo City Council has already stated at one of their council meetings that their goal is to annex all the way down to Gin Road, across the freeway into Gin Road, and their goal is to not have any agricultural land in the city of Cibolo. That's their goal. And basically I see, you are the planners, you are the zoners, you are the ones that refer to the city council. You control the development. What you've done over the last 20, 25 years has gotten us cross timbers over on 1518 with temporary septic system units in place because you didn't plan for major septic systems or connections or interchanges or anything like that. Y'all didn't plan on 1518 being widened to handle what has been 10 years of bumper-to-bumper traffic. You've been more concerned with sidewalks on 3009 than you have anything else. We're talking about flooding, we're talking about pollution, and you haven't thought about it, and you have not even contacted any of the research organizations that are actually monitoring the levels. And you've already got, and like I said, it's an indication. You've got Kirby, Converse, and yes, they function a little different than y'all. And everybody, you've said over and over again, we don't do high intensity housing. What's the difference between that and the patio homes that you approved off of Lower Singing Road? I mean, you're talking a group that you're recommending more development and everything, and y'all can't even pay for and fix the Lower Seguin Road Bridge, which was damaged because when they went under it with a water line, it scoured it out, and y'all haven't even gone back to the engineering firms that did that to pay for it. Now, I heard earlier these access roads are for EMS access. I just wonder what's going to happen if somebody dies or they have an accident or something like that, and since they can't get across the Lower Skeene Bridge, how are y'all going to explain that? You don't have the funding to even study and design a bridge that has cratered It was scoured out 8 to 12 feet below it. And y'all want to plan for 3009. And that's the other thing. The last time we met with an update meeting, the 3009 extension over to I-10 had been dropped back to a 90-foot easement, and now we're talking 120 to 130. Okay, we don't have very many cattle that need to have bicycle routes. And so we're concerned about it. And yes, we're only in the ETJ, and we don't get to be represented by anybody yet, other than Bear County. But you need to think about it when we become a force, when we do become a member of the community. And right now, you're messing around with our tax values, you're messing around with our land, and you're stealing it for your little plans. And you need to do, like your values say, do the right thing. So maybe y'all ought to think about that once. And you ought to get the flood control people involved in your planning instead of going through a floodplain from 78 south without even worrying about the pollution or the flood problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Knoll. Thank you. All right, that's everyone I have who signed up on this list interested in 007. So now, any additional speakers in the audience? Yes, sir.
How are you guys doing? My name is John Flores. I live on 11218 Flores Luna Road. And like Mr. James said, he warned you about people like us coming up here and speaking today. But today, I want you to shake my son's hand as you guys leave. Because the way this road looks, you're going to take my property. What the San Antonio River Authority already took, they took 2.5 acres. I bought 7 acres. My mom bought 3 acres. We have 10 acres out there. San Antonio River Authority came in there and took 2.5 acres. And they threatened eminent domain. Now, Mr. Burnett down the road, he got himself a lawyer. He didn't get no money. I took the advice of a lawyer, and I got a little bit of money. My comps were off of 87, Rigsby Road, and 410. All 4 comps were up 87. My comps couldn't be up here on this side of Schertz. They were down there. Bullet-ridden neighborhood right next door to the property they comped it out to being. They didn't pay me much. It took 2.5 acres to put a drainage ditch through there. Now the rest of my property, I've been saving it for my son. 4.5 acres is what's left. Maybe he can build a house in Schertz. Right now, as you guys vote yes for tonight, you're going to be taking that 4.5 acres because it's only 200 feet wide. 130 foot is what you need. That's taking all of my property. I live in Bear County. I have Schertz right behind me and Schertz right in front of me. Schaefer Road is the road we lived in. If you look at my credit report, I have 5 different addresses. From when we first moved in there, my address has been changed 5 different times. A rural route number, a Schaefer Road number, then came Schaefer Road 1, 2, and 3, and then Flores Luna Road, which we named after us. I don't have any much else to say other than I wish you guys would vote against this. I haven't looked into it. I've gone to some of these meetings. I sit back there and I listen. Back when they had the TxDOT meeting over here at the cafeteria at the high school, I sat there and I listened. I saw how TxDOT worked. They put all of us neighbors at separate tables mixed in with these neighborhood people. And some of us kind of figured it out. But you guys are just waiting for somebody to pass away the way they have been down 1518 as they've passed away. Kids have sold the properties and now the neighborhoods are in there. I used to buy hay from an older man down the road, because I used to have goats. Now we've got a few more houses. I can't have goats because of their loose dogs. Got nothing much more to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Rosemary Hendricks, 3017 Turquoise. First question I would like to ask on this map on the Lower Seguin Road on the plans here. Every time we've been before council before, we've been told that nothing can be done to that road by the city of Schertz because it's a county road. So I would like clarification. We've lived in our residence since 2009, have tried to get the bumps and the knots out of that road and have been told that's a county road. The other thing that I would like to commend this gentleman here, the one thing that we are asking for as your Schertz residents is that the planning and zoning take this as a responsible development. In other words, responsible development is to better existing homes and developments. The people that have spoke have been here a lot longer than me, so they have been at a lot more meetings. I know that when y'all have these meetings like tonight, yes, y'all send us a notice. Most of these things are already predetermined by the time we get here, by the time we get these notices. We are the homeowners that are living and supporting Schertz. We moved here. The other thing, y'all's UDC code, they spoke of the comprehensive land plan. All of these things, when we moved here, these existing plans, y'all's open area, for instance, how much of this open area plans are going to be used for these roadways? In other words, are we going to be one on top of each other like every other city? Are we losing our values in Schertz? Is this what's happening to us? And last but not least, when they were talking about the TxDOT studies, I see them like on the Lower Seguin Road and there at 1518. We have asked for a turn lane for I don't know how long because of the accidents. I've seen them sit there. Who gets these studies and when do we get to see them? When do we get our turn lanes? When do we get to see? I know y'all are saying we have to have progress to see the results. What is the progress we're waiting for? We see the development going in and we don't see the changes that were being promised. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Asherbrenner. I live at 8700 Star Ranch, Bernie, Texas. I'm a realtor. We've heard a lot about realtors a little earlier. However, I keep good company. I currently represent 13 different property owners and nearly 700 acres on the south side of Schertz, many of which are agriculture families, and they're preparing for a change in use of their properties. They understand development is on its way, and we are preparing for it vigorously. Our concerns right now are at 3009, and particularly where it takes that curve right there at the sewer plant and heads south. Whether we like it or not, 3009 will become a through street. People seeking to not go through San Antonio bear the brunt of 35. We're going to receive a lot of traffic on that road simply going from I-10 to 35. Very concerned. It'll be high volume traffic, not a lot of local traffic. Just south of that is the new planned elementary school at the end of Corbett Drive there. See the blue line coming off of 1518 and dead ending right there into 3009? That's the site of our new planned elementary school for 2002, ladies and gentlemen. Non-local traffic bearing down through that particular area, dividing prime development land into, with fewer curb cuts, our children right there at play and at recreation, school buses, families going and picking their children up. I'm not sure that's where we want 3009 to pass through in front of the elementary school. The current plan calls it for being a little east of that area, and more marginal land that wouldn't be negatively impacted in farmland at some point in the future will be land development. So I represent that area and all the areas south of there, actually to Trainer Hill Road. I work with those property owners on a daily basis. So we do feel, or our general consensus is right now, that a collective residential street would be a great alternative in that particular area because it will support the growth of that school. It's something that is currently on the plan, I believe now, at least several of the developers that have approached the city about developing that property have been informed of that. So if we can keep it a residential area, particularly with our schools, our junior highs right there, and make it a family area without a superhighway in comparison, going down through the middle of it, we'd really appreciate that opportunity. I do have one other issue I'd like to bring, or one other thing I'd like to discuss, and it's probably not on, and nobody else will be concerned about it. But if we get down here on the south side next to I-10, and you see that cut-through road between Trainer Hale and 1518. I'm sorry, I'm going to go just a little bit longer. To the left, right through there, there's one single large property owner. Stop. Oh, okay. There's one single large property owner. Michael, Mr. Dahl, Commissioner Dahl, made the comment earlier that up on I-10, that's one of the largest revenue-producing sites you have to generate commercial revenue for the city of Schertz. I would tell you, and my strong belief is, if we cut that particular large property in two, having some knowledge of people who might be exploring to build in that area, we will drive those people off and we'll lose a great number of jobs, potentially lose a great number of jobs into the Schertz area because it will basically cut that property in two and they will have little to no interest in it at that point. I don't know if you all know the property to the corner of 1518 and I-10. If you're going north, it'll be the property to the left-hand side. I'd encourage you to rethink that. I think that will limit what could happen to this community in a very positive manner. My property owners would love to work with you all and trying to get some kind of thing put together. We're not anti-development. We're not anti-growth. We're seeking positive growth and positive changes. Flooding is a major issue down there. And really and truly, having worked with the developers, I know it's on their plate. I know that they're trying to address it as well. I know staff is really working hard to work with them on that. So hopefully we'll come up with some great solutions. Thank you so much for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Charlene Fye. I live at 6028 FM 482, and I would just like to express some concerns about your thoroughfare plan through Northern Schertz. And my question basically is, maybe it's just an idea I want to throw out here to you, but it seems like all the focus is on Schwab Road. Let's get it down to Schwab Road. And I just can't really understand why we're not looking at other alternatives. Because if you get down to Schwab Road, you either have to turn left or right. You can extend it across 42 and take land from farmers, cross through Bunker Road, which has a lot of residential, or you can go left on 42 and go by the chapel and the cemetery and the Catholic high school. So my point is, there's a lot of truck traffic in that area, as you know, and we know it will be getting worse instead of better. So I really think we need to look at some truck routes. For example, if I was a trucker and I was coming from Inner Schertz, of course I could get off on FM 2252 and shoot right up into Hanson. Okay, that's a given. But what if I needed to get to the quarries right at the edge of Schertz and New Braunfels, the Capital Aggregates one? The address is 5900 FM 482. Okay, so I'm coming in. If I can't go down Hubertus Road, it's got a weight limit, and there's going to be a school. I can't go down Friesenhahn Lane, way too many curves. I can't even go down Schwab Road right now because you got a weight limit on there. Then I could go further down, enter into the New Braunfels area, and get into Magnolia Springs. Marigold Way connects 482 to 35, but they already have a no-through truck item there. Then I could go further down to Rush Lane, but that's a no truck. So I'd have to go all the way down to Psalms Road to get a connection to get to that two quarries that are operating at 5900 FM 42. So my point is, between FM 2252 and Psalms Road, you have no access getting to quarries. And the quarries are not there at Schwab Road. All the historical stuff is. So my question is, why aren't we looking at some, say, for example, 5900 FM 42, the entrance to Capital Aggregates, for example, in Dean Word. They recently have named their entrance now an official name. It's called Psalms Quarry Road. And in my opinion, what I know about it, it's worked very well because that entrance into their quarries actually goes underneath the railroad bridge and on into their operations. But if, and that alleviates the problem of Dean Ward and other people trying to get a crossing over Union Pacific in their own land. So if you look at their road at 5900 FM 42, Psalms Quarry Road, and this may be more a New Braunfels, Comal County issue than Schertz. For example, the land right across 482 connects all the way to 35. It's an L-shaped property, and it's owned by I-35 Investments Limited. It's for sale. Whereas if you do the Schwab Road crossover and try to do an east connector, you're taking land from residents and from farmers. And another option would be if you go down further 42 Krieger Canyon, the CEMEX operations. All those trucks are coming down 42, driving through your city, just because they can't get out any other way and they don't want to go all the way down to Psalms. Krieger Canyon can maybe be extended all the way up to 35. So I guess my point is, can we please look at connections that are to the hub of the traffic, where the traffic is being generated from, and not take the land, not have to widen 42 and take all this land, when you could get those trucks off of the road to the highway in much more expedient ways. And also, just to reiterate, 482 probably is similar to the southern area. It's half of the road is in a floodplain. There'd be a lot of flooding, drainage, and pollution issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing, gentlemen of the board? My name is Arnold Villafranco. I reside at 7006 Robin Hood Way, Schertz Forest, right next to 1518. I'm opposed of the proposed road they're going to build behind my house. 1518 is a congested area, very congested area now. When my wife and I bought the home 7 years ago, okay, it wasn't the way it is today. Now you guys are putting schools and new stoplights and stuff, and it's creating even a bigger problem. It's dangerous for my wife and I to leave my home to get on 1518. It usually takes us anywhere from a minute to 5 minutes to try to get on safely. And adding that road behind my home for commercial use is only going to create a bigger problem because it intersects with 1518. Okay? The other issue that I have is that I'm with this gentleman here because I've lived there for 7 years and use Ware Seguin Road quite frequently, daily as a matter of fact. The road was built, and you see the bolts on the ground where guardrails should be there. There isn't any guardrails there. There's school kids that I have to wait by school buses on a daily time, every day, that I feel like if somebody messes up, that bus is going to go down into that ditch, and there's nothing to prevent them from going into the ditch. And I'm talking about several bridges, and we're talking small bridges. Yes, I understand, but it doesn't take much to kill children. Okay? My deal is this, is that please take in consideration what you guys are really doing, because you're taking away from us. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name's Leslie Branham. I live at 145 Cloverleaf. That's over in Lone Oak. I'm kind of new to this process, but listening to people that have lived here for a long time, they understand these roads. They've been driving them. We all know the shortcuts. We know the congestion areas. We know the names of our roads. We know the names of the people that have lived here forever. The Friesenhahns, the Schlatters, the people who've, shown us the way here. We've got people that have come in that are, working hard to do what you've hired them to do. But it seems that maybe there still needs to be some conversation between people who live here and people who are making a plan for us. Now, I'm concerned about flooding. I've lived here almost my entire life, and owning property for all of us and looking at maps that you don't even have the names on the maps. So you're standing up here trying to explain something. If you just had the roads and the crossroads, we'd understand what neighborhoods you're talking about. But it makes us feel like you don't care about us enough or care about where we live because you're looking at the macro, not the micro. And we've got to look at both. We've got to look at all of that. We are concerned about our community. A lot of us are here because it's a mixed-use community. I love driving by and seeing a cow when I didn't expect it. It makes me happy. I don't want to live in San Antonio. I chose to buy a house that's 50 years old here because of the culture that's here. I came back here from being in Austin because I wanted to live in this community. I don't want to have somebody come in here who who seems to be more interested in talking about this little map than looking back and talking to us and saying, hey, maybe we haven't heard from all of you, but the woman who spoke just before me understands these roads better than somebody coming from the outside. That there's reasons why it was made the way it was and why it's been used the way it is. Yes, growth is going to happen. Change happens. It's hard for us. I understand. There's going to be emotions. Someone said Cibolo is not interested in any ag land. Well, let's have, instead of 3009 go all the way through, how about that 1103? Because if they're not concerned about land and property and people, and they only want money, then let them have that thoroughfare. Let them have the big highway through there. Because we care about our neighbors. We care about the fact that maybe we're not going to have an elementary school there because 3009 is going to go right by Corbett. I don't know what the answers are. I do know from living here as long as I have that flooding is an issue. We put more concrete up there, we're going to have more flooding. I just want it to not, this has been a long process, a long plan, but please let us have some dignity and treat us with respect. Give us some maps that we can read. We're smart people. But when someone's doing a map up here and nobody, and he can't even tell the crossroad, well, we can't either. So we can't, you made a motion and you proved something. I couldn't even see it on the map, what you're talking about. And it really irritates me because it makes me feel like you don't care about us. You just care about whatever money that might generate. So I want to work with you. I want y'all to work with us and give us maps that we can read, because it's the difference between whether my house is in that 120 to 130 feet on 3009. It makes a difference whenever I know that the value of my property, and talking with the appraisal district and being so confused about that. Well, now I'm not confused. Now I get it. But I don't like it when people are playing games with my life and my neighbors' lives. I like my neighbors, and I care about them. So please care about us.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Gladys Haker. I live at 8205 Trainer Hale Road. The extension of 3009 meeting up on Trainer Hale Road kind of is a second stab in the heart. Back when 3009 was built, we owned the property that is now covered in warehouses, and Bell North Drive coming off of Door Lane was our driveway. We had our property, we had our cattle, we had our animals. We were a farmer and proud of it. I was raised in agriculture, my husband was raised in agriculture, and this is how we wanted to raise our family. City of Schertz expanded. They put the 3009 in there. It took the bottom of our property, and then they started coming out like, your cattle can't be in the city, this is city, you can't do this, you can't do that. So basically we had to move our cattle operation somewhere else. So we had to sell. I mean, we couldn't live there because that was supposed to be our forever home. So then we bought this place down here off of Trainer Hale Road. Bought a nice 66-acre plot. It's long and narrow. And we had every intention that that would finally be our forever home. We moved our cattle there. We got our home there. And now you're going to put a 130-foot right-of-way road in front of my house. I'll have to open my front door to let the cars through. You're that close to the front of my house. I mean, I've gone out on the highway, and they said, we'll take from the middle of the highway out, half on each side. Well, you're in my front yard. You're on my front sidewalk with that much right-of-way. And I really don't like the bicyclists out there on the road all the time already. Now, they're going to be in my front yard. So what are we supposed to do? You're not only cutting the front of my property off, you're also slicing it the other way. There's those little blue lines you see there. That one blue line is going to chop it right in half because it's long and narrow. And then you're going to take the front end off of it with the 130-way right-of-way. So, and then there's another side road coming in there. It's another dotted blue line called New Street. When does it stop? When does it stop? Where are we going to go for our forever home now? I don't want to open my front door and let the cars through, and that's where you've put me. And what will you do about where we can live then? If you get that close to my house, what is the city going to do to accommodate us? I know you'll bring in money. I know the taxes, they're going up all the time anyway. We know that. But to throw us out of our home. We can't live in a house where the cars are that close. And it's the second time the city of Schertz has done that to us. So just think about what you're doing to people's lives, not only once, but now we're going for a second round. So just wanted to let you know that there are people that care about the agriculture. We want to raise our families out there. That's why we moved there. These are heritage farms in that area, and that means a lot to a family. I was raised on a heritage farm. That meant a lot to my family that we had that designation by the state of Texas. And just somebody draws a dotted line, and there it is. Live with it. I know progress is inevitable, but family comes first. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Ron Bitterman. I live on 22031 Old Nacogdoches Road. Years ago, I was here at a meeting, and the plan was for 2252 to go north where it dead ends into Ivy Boulevard, makes a left-hand turn and goes south, or make a right-hand turn, goes north to Old Nacogdoches Road. That was planned to go all the way to I-10. Nothing's happened on that, I guess, but I just wanted to bring it up to your attention. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here and having the patience to listen to everybody. Flooding, y'all ain't got a chance. I'm sorry to tell you. 125-acre ranch beside me, bulldozed every tree down. They left 8 oak trees. The Marbach Ranch and the Jonas Ranch, 500 acres altogether. Johnny Weissman bought it, cleared out most of the property, left some dirt for cattle and stuff, made pens. Guess what? Got sold out to Austin, Columbia, Anderson, Columbia. On one side of the railroad tracks, on the other side, there's an asphalt plant. Oh yeah, they cleared up 50 acres right beside me for an asphalt plant. Trees are gone. Oxygen's gone. Water goes downhill. Guess what? That's part of the dry Comel, the 125 acres and that. We can build all the dams we want. It's not going to help. Where does that water go? It goes into around that Ciblo Bertus Road where the school's going in. That area gets flooded all the time. We allowed Cisco to come in, great money, good company, really good company. GE comes in, good company. Got flooding. We were promised they're going to have all kinds of industries come in there because of Cisco. Oh, we're going to have restaurants. I ain't seen a restaurant out there yet. How many years has it been? And it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. I'm a farm boy. I worked for the railroad, I don't know how many, 38 years, I know how long. I worked as a locomotive engineer. I worked as a yard master. 35 trains come in and out a day. We figured out how to get a train in and out of the yard, but you got to battle, and you're going to have to listen to these folks because these folks here are good people, all of them. And I thank y'all for the time. And by the way, we're drinking water. How many guys would have thought about buying a water company years ago, drinking water? Nobody. Not you would have bought it. How many companies you own now? But the thing is, and seriously, these plants we want, and everybody wants this industry. We have regulations for farmers that are more difficult than we have for industries. The industries use dynamite to blast. What's in dynamite? Fertilizer. Where's that fertilizer go? It don't go nowhere. It goes right back into the ground, into the water, into the stream, and pollutes everybody. So, gentlemen, take your time when you're thinking on stuff and really try to do a little bit of homework. Thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Craig Moore, 7703 Trainer Hale. The realtor that said nobody cared about 10, I do. Where your X is with the new road and the commercial road, because of your maps, I can't tell where that is. I live a third of a mile from the Texaco station right there. My driveway is 4/10 of a mile long because I have a flagship property or a flagpole property. So I don't know where the cut across is. I retired out of the military, moved here because I was planning ahead. December 13, I bought the land. Roughly a year later, I was standing here talking to y'all about the water treatment plant that is going across my street. So I asked the questions, and I have several wrote down, and I'll get with y'all afterwards if you forget anything. So the water treatment plant's going to go in back up to Cibolo Creek, hence why all those new lines of roads for Cibolo are in the gray, because as I was told, hey, you can have sewer line now. So I crap in a septic tank, but now I get the honor of paying to have my poop float further away. I don't need that. My grass is green where it's working in the backyard. Dogs love it. It's nice green grass. Of course, the whole grass is green. I go through about 40 pounds of bird feed probably every other day because I got a lot of birds, a lot of wildlife that like to come out there. The hawks like it when I cut the grass because they get the field mice. The roadrunners like the frogs that grow on my property. The possums that run through that can make it across the street. The armadillos that run down. The deer that cut between my property and the other properties, between the Howe Foundation and all the other stuff. So in your packet, because you have printed it out, you said during the open house the Cibolo south of FM 58 also concerned with the ability to make the connection due to large property ownership. You didn't call it what it is. You didn't call it farmland. You didn't call it cattle people. You called it large property owners. But yet, you're saying you care about the farmer and the keeping us around, but yet there's a road that's projected to go from Lower Seguin all the way to 10, cutting through the one Trainer Hale before, Trainer Hale takes the right. 3009's coming down, tying into Trainer Hale. So my question, one of them is, what are you doing about Weir Road where it floods out all the time? Because I'm assuming the bulk of that water comes from right under Trainer Hale, 15, 18, and 78, where the water comes from that side and then shoots all the way down through. I'm assuming some of that has got to be the overflow that takes out Weir. Because when it rains good, because they finally they got smart. They put the little barricades out there now, so they don't have to bring them out every time. They're there because the cops know, hey, it's raining, let's go block the road because it's flooded. So my question is when 3009 comes through there, what are you doing with Weir Road? Because you're building this little doohickey, I can't read it even with these spectacles on, but this little blurb right here that ties down into Lower Seguin and then ties into the new road, why can't that come up here and tie into 3009? Or why can't that tie into Weir Road? Because I'm assuming the third fire station that they talked about being built, is that going to be in this neck of the woods? So it's on the other side. So is Cibolo building a fire station anywhere up here near for all their houses they're building? Because all I see are a bunch of new home developments going in. I got 2 schools going in, and I don't know where the nearest fire station is to them, but you're building, you're growing, but you're not thinking safety. I'm a retired security forces out of the Air Force. I like guns. I got 10 acres. I like shooting. This road comes through. Does Craig have 10 acres? Craig doesn't know. But if that road's coming and I'm a third of a mile off of the highway, where's that road going? I can already hear the tire shop when they have a blowout on the highway. The dogs used to lose their mind because they thought, hey, who's shooting, Daddy? So if that road is between the highway and me now, I'm almost like this young lady that just spoke and said she's going to open her door and hand the biker a water bottle as he hauls ass by. To wit, I find it hilarious because most of those bikers park in the Cibolo parking lot where the police station is to go ride. So we're building a road. 3009 is going to get flooded with all these houses that you're building because the water treatment plant's coming in. So all those people are going to come that way to get onto this new road because why is Cibolo going to build one? They don't have to. Schertz is building it for them. So I'm losing part of my front yard because the road's coming through. I'm losing possibly some of my middle or backyard. But I can't tell because there's nothing on here. So we've already heard somebody talk about the bridge at Lower Seguin, so I ain't even going to touch that one. But the highway, and I don't know that most of y'all, I don't know if y'all read it or not, but the 2-lane roads, the service roads, y'all want to make those all one way. Correct? I believe that's what this said.
I'll try to do quick answers. Again,
okay.
TxDOT, just real quick if I could, can you let me finish?
Y'all can review.
Can you let me finish?
You betcha.
The frontage roads, as is 1518, are state roads, the state of Texas.
Right.
So TxDOT is working on a plan for the frontage roads with regard to I-10. So just to be clear, it's not the city of Schertz, it is the state of Texas.
No, the city of Schertz wants to build that new road that is for the commercial traffic.
So to be clear, the backage road, yes, that's shown, that's a city of Schertz. The frontage road that you said, the 2-way, switching to 1-way,
It's all farmland
is a
right now,
TxDOT.
so how is that commercial?
I'll let you go. And we'll,
You know. So those are few of my questions. Let's see. Is there anything going to be done for that road as to deal with the noise that's going to be created from that as the cars are whipping by off of either 3009 or off of the new road? You know, those are my concerns. I think the other people dealt with some of the stuff that's out there, but you know, it's funny, y'all say that we care, but I think the bottom line is you care about the bottom dollar, because I haven't felt the Schertz love since I moved here. Well, I have, but it's been more of a prostate exam. And so I just, you know, I need to know what we're doing, because in about 15 years, when y'all want to build all this stuff, that's when I was hoping to retire from my second job and just sit out on the porch and have a good time. But my good time didn't include dodging traffic and, you know, whatever. I mean, people can't drive on the roads as it is. Every day we hear in the news some car careening down, hitting a family because the roads are too quick of a turn, there's a house too close to the road. You know, I enjoy the cows, the hay. It's sad that I see more of my neighbors in things like this than I do passing by and waving hi. And I wave to every car that drives down Trainer Hill. And you know how many wave back? Not too many. Because why? Because they don't live there. They're passing through. That's all it is. And when you build those roads and make them wider, I'm just going to get more people passing through. And you're going to make them what? Probably 50 to 55, which means they're going to do 60, 65. So when I try to turn out of my driveway, I'm going to get hit. And then those stats that talked about all the damage and all the wrecks and the stuff like that, then that's going to be our numbers raising up. Oh, I did have one last question. The traffic study at 15, 18, and 78. I'm curious what's that doing? Because the only way you can get to 15, 18 is you got to go by the water treatment plant. And so I'm curious, are they going over it, which is a train track, going to go under it, which will flood? I'm just curious what that traffic study is. It's a dead end. Why are we wasting money traffic studying? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Mike Vitus, I live at 3805 Arroyo Seco, about 1 block off of 3009, right across the street from a Walgreens store. I directed this more to these engineers over here. What is the proposed traffic count down 3009 10 years out versus what it was 10 years ago? And that is an FM road, so TxDOT should have a traffic count. I know that about 4 lights have been added in the last 10 years, so I think you can figure that, whether or not that's going to be a thoroughfare or not with all those traffic lights. The other thing is, this is probably direct to y'all, what is the current density in people per square mile of Schertz? And what is the anticipated density 20 years from now? I used to work and we had to consider things like that. The main thing is, what is the traffic count anticipated on 3009? Might as well throw in 15, 18, and about 2005, 6, 7. No, I moved here in 2005. So it must have been about 2007 or 8. There was a TxDOT hearing similar to this over in the cafeteria, and I thought TxDOT got ripped pretty bad because of conceptual planning. And it bothers me that that thing kind of still there. You draw a few lines and you irritate a lot of people. But is the traffic count, because it is noisy right now on 3009. You don't want to sit outside after 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
Be 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Keith Sanders, got property at a farm. I know people have been speaking on behalf of the farmers. I love farmers, raised on one, farm hay there for 22 years. But I like to get down the roads too, and I know y'all got a job to do. I appreciate the work that y'all are doing. It's only going to get worse on the traffic. I'd like to be able to move around in my city. I know that these people could probably spend more time painting a bad picture of what it will look like. So I rise in support of the realignment, even though it's going to cost me personally. It would be hard to describe. I won't bore you with it, but I'm definitely for the realignment because everybody's got to get around and there's new blood coming in. I'm glad that we have older, been here a long time commissioners, because we got new blood here. We've got new blood here, we've got smart people, and we definitely appreciate the experience so that you know where some of these flood areas are. Probably a lot better because you've talked to the civil engineers and the people with the solutions. So I hope I don't get whipped going out the door, but thank you very much for what you do, and I strongly support this thing going through. We really need it. It's going to be bad. It's going to be a lot worse than this if you don't support it. That's my opinion.
Anyone else? Oh.
Yeah, Herman Harlow's 11564 West Seguin Road. I'm going to address this little blue dotted line here, and I believe that's coming from the south gate of Randolph on Lower Seguin Road. Y'all been trying to plan something from that location for, I don't know, at least 15, 20 years. My concern here is if y'all put that in, the south gate, my understanding, is a truck use only, or maybe not only, but it's considered a truck use gate. And if y'all put a road from there through wherever, I mean, I know a while back y'all had it going behind backside of Laurel Heights, and I don't know what happened to that plan, but the developers, I guess, didn't want to deal with that. So anyway, that's one point there. The other point here is this Engelman Road extension or whatever over to Ware Seguin Road there. And just by the faint outlines here, I'm looking, most of that road's going to be in a flood zone. So y'all, we going to, as taxpayers, be paying for all these bridges and stuff? You know, the other point the gentleman made about, I think was referring to Ware Seguin Road in general. You know, that was a $1.1 million project there, and they still haven't put up the damn guardrails on the thing. You know, you have city tractors going out to shred, and they blow tires because the ditch is so steep. Yeah, you're trying to handle the drainage, but a 4-foot deep ditch on the side of a hill, never did, on the top of the hill. I mean, that's well, didn't make no sense. Anyway, so my concern is just, you know, this coming out of Randolph and, you know, how all that's gonna, looks good on paper, but if you walk out there and look around and stuff, and the drainage and stuff going through there, you know, who's paying for all that? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Janice Lindorfer, 12816 Lower Seguin Road. When all the dust settles and you do put the new thoroughfare in, I just would like to request that the roads that it runs through, the access roads, like Lower Seguin Road, if you would have them incorporate that into the main thoroughfare with a professional engineers. What happened to us on Lower Seguin Road was pretty shameful. We voted for a bond, and Lower Seguin Road was supposed to be improved, and this was right after 2000. And we waited, and we started calling the council, and we were told, yeah, we'll get to it. And we saw on Ware Seguin Road, where a lot of the council members are, they had the nice culverts in, the mailboxes that were really fixed up nice. So we kept calling, and our neighbors kept calling. And finally, Mr. Cedric, very nice man, he said, well, I talked to Mr. Birchwald, and he said that all those projects have been done. Lower Seguin is fixed. And my husband was so mad. He said, you come drive down our road. And bless his heart, he did. And he called us back. He said, boy, this is a bad road. And we finally got it done. But it wasn't done the way the other roads were. They had Schertz maintenance men come out and build our road. And bless their hearts, they were doing the best they could. They were very nice men. We even gave loan property to Schertz where they could put their equipment so they didn't have to drive it back and forth every day and lose time. No charge, just do it. Gave them a lock and a key. And I'm just asking, if you put this road in and other roads come up to it, please do a professional job when you incorporate it all. Don't just, I don't want to say a bad word, but don't just do it to appease some people and do a really bad job, because that road was not done right. Our culverts, we had a better culvert before they started. They hit our mailbox. Where's again? They got nice mailboxes. They brought one from the shop that was bent on the side. I don't care. Just in the future, don't make your general maintenance men build a road when they don't know anything about it. I mean, that's just not good civic mindedness. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right, I don't see any hands. So we'll close the public hearing at 9 o'clock. Mr. James, if he can review some of these concerns.
I will. I'll need some probably help on some of these. I will tell folks that, as you know from the beginning, at Tonner, Mr. Richmond, we had some sandwiches and things. In the back room, there are some sandwiches. So if you are getting hungry after 3.5 hours of being here, go help yourselves to a sandwich. Don't cut into the cake yet, but truly, we have sandwiches back there, and again in the fridge, they're water, so help yourselves. I know it's a long night. So I'll try to give a little bit of a generalized discussion, and I'll try to go through and kind of touch on some of the answers. But I will say this, one of the challenges that we have a bit here is that the alignment generally shown on the thoroughfare plan is a generalized alignment. It's roughly showing where it is. Again, there may be some kind of key points. It follows an existing road or something like that. We don't know where the exact alignment is. So when some folks say, I can't tell exactly where this is, the answer is that has not been decided yet. As we get further in time, and as development starts to occur, and as the planning for building those roads happen, that's when we start to pin down those alignments. So with most of what you see on here that doesn't follow an existing road, we don't know exactly where it is. There are some things that we look at when we try to follow roads. One of the keys is we try to line up with existing or proposed roads across from it that Kathy talked about earlier. So if there's clearly an intersection and it's an extension of an existing road, it would normally tie in there so that you don't have a jog in the road. The other thing we do try to do, where possible, and it's not always possible, is you try to run along a property line. So ideally what you do is you take a bit from one property owner, you take a bit from the other property owner, and you're not splitting parcels. That's not always possible. Again, as the woman spoke, when you have a long tracts of land, very often to find a way through, you're having to cut a property. You also look at topography and things like that, where you can cross floodplain at its narrowest, and then again, you look for historic structures, important structures, people's houses to try to stay away from those as well. So one of the challenges we have is what you see typically here, it's a generalized alignment. We don't know where many of these will be exactly. We can't tell you at this point. The other thing we talked about is we can't tell you when that road will come in. Again, we heard a lot of people talk about a lot of frustration, the fact that we haven't improved roads yet. When I went to get another drink, somebody said, hey, when's 1518 getting improved? As y'all know, the city passed a $5 million bond to go toward improving FM 1518 from 78 to I-10. TxDOT matched that with $5 million, applied for a grant through the MPO for another $9.5 million. Now that $9.5 million isn't coming for a few years, but there will be, in short order, almost $20 million of funding to improve FM 1518. Those of you who heard this spiel before, don't get too excited, because that won't even get you probably half of the improvements we need to FM 1518, and it will certainly not deal with the problem we have of the intersection of FM 1518 and FM 78. So again, that is a TxDOT project. It's in design. We're working with them going forward on that. I will say something because, again, many times when we do these thoroughfare plan updates, as you heard, we hear from folks who live in the less developed areas of Schertz. They tend to have acreage. The reality is we get very few folks, and appreciate the folks that do, who live in sort of suburban-style developments to show up and be part of this effort. But generally what we hear from them is, traffic is too bad, when are you going to improve the roads, et cetera. It's a very different impact on the folks that you hear tonight, which is, I think, what tends to cause them to come out, because they view often the case that road and that development as a negative. It negatively impacts the quality of life that they have today, that they moved out there for, and so they're more inclined to show up. And again, appreciate those folks taking the time to show up and offer that input on it. But I will say one of the kind of general things when we talk about when that road will develop, again, keep in mind, we plan to have these roads because of development in Schertz that we can control to some degree, and because of development that's not in Schertz. So again, some comments were made about Cibolo. We don't control what Cibolo does in the city of Cibolo. Those of you who know and know what our council recently did, they will tell Cibolo, yeah, we're going to control what happens in the city of Schertz. Cibolo's not going to do that with regard to the 1103 tollway. The reality is Cibolo plans for what they want. We have to deal with the traffic that comes out of Cibolo that crosses through Schertz, whether we want it, whether we like it or not, the same way we have with UC and Converse and things like that. And as I mentioned, this goes both ways. City of Converse recently funded the improvement of, you got to say in the mic because I can't read your lips and I can't remember the road. Ware Seguin Road, the section through Converse. Very few residents of Converse drive on that road. So the City of Converse is probably going, Schertz, you're killing us. You're sending all this traffic through us and expecting us to maintain it. And frankly, Converse stepped up and they said, road needs to be improved, we're going to need to improve it. But that's the reality of those things. Converse deals with our traffic. We deal with traffic from other communities as well, whether we like it or not, and we have to plan for it. The thing I will say, though, that can help is, for the folks who live out here, if you do not subdivide your property or sell it to be subdivided and developed, that will lengthen the time for roads to come. Again, the less development activity we have in this area, the less need there is for those roads to come forward. We don't get sections in that force us to go, well, I need to fill in a gap. So the reality is, if you don't want this stuff, don't sell your property to be developed, because that will go a long way to making some of this stuff happen and make it move forward. Now again, as the Planning and Zoning Commission knows, and as many of you know, properties not in the city limits of Schertz and not under a development agreement, we have no control over what happens. So we heard a number of folks get up and talk about traffic up in the 482 area, Old Nacogdoches Road, Schwab Road. Again, most of that traffic that we hear about is truck traffic associated with those concrete plants and batch plants and things like that. For the commissioners who have sat on TSAC before, very often you hear and have dealt with a lot of complaints from residents about heavy truck traffic that moves through our community that we cannot control. It's there. So the reality is, when the batch plant came in and we had a lot of folks showing up at City Council who lived in Garden Ridge or outside Garden Ridge and said, we want you to stop this batch plant, our answer is, we can't. It's not in the city limits. We can't control what happens there. We simply have to live with what's happened. So be aware that we don't even control our own destiny. The Commission will very clearly remember the first iteration of Rhine Valley, I think was Pride Rock it was called. That was submitted to staff before that property was in the city limits. And if it met the minimum requirements of the subdivision ordinance, the city would have to approve it. And the reality is, we would have to deal with the traffic, and you guys out in that area would have had to deal with the traffic as well. And that was a much denser development, more lots than we ultimately saw. So frankly, a little bit of that with the zoning on Rhine Valley, as you may recall, was playing poker and horse trading. What we would have got is really bad. Let's try to get something that's less dense, that has fewer impacts. So again, that's the reality of that stuff. The last point I'll make before I start to try to answer the questions are, we've also heard some distinctions between roads not being improved. And the reality is, we never get residents show up saying, man, you guys are way ahead on improving roads and repairing roads and fixing potholes. The thing just barely starts and you guys get out there and fix it. And nobody shows up going, man, traffic was just barely starting to get bad and you guys came out and widened this road. We never hear that. It's always, we're behind, we're behind, we're behind, and we would agree with that. We struggle with that as well, and that's something we have to make do and deal with. But even though we have those challenges, we can't not plan for the future and say, well, this road was needed, didn't get it, it's not there because we were too busy with it. We have to do both. We have to plan for the future while we try to keep up with day and do things like building fire stations, getting 1518 improved, and dealing with 1103. So with that, I'll try to scroll through and hit the questions. For the gentleman who spoke with regard to Old Nacogdoches Road and that being proposed as 130 feet of right-of-way and asking where we will get the right-of-way because of properties on there, at this point, again, we do not know. The standard practice is to try to take half the additional necessary right-of-way, and I'm looking for him and don't see him, but I may be looking the wrong way. Okay. The reality is we try to take half from either side. So again, you spread the pain a bit, half from this property owner, half from the other property owner, but that doesn't always work because of the alignment of the road. So what you will see when FN 1518 comes through for improvements is in sections you will see more right-of-way coming off one side or the other because of some of those features. It may be the Cibolo Creek, things like that. So you try to get half from either side, spread the pain. You can't always do that. The last thing is you often have things that you can't avoid, and a decision has to be made, and I'll be perfectly blunt. Does the city go acquire property and acquire land, or whoever's doing the road, TxDOT, to fit it in because there's just not a good way to do it, and you've got to kind of bite that bullet? Or, and this is at times happens, you narrow down right-of-way sections and you kind of cram things in to an area that's tight. There are clearly negatives to both of those, and it's a balancing act. So the answer on where it's going to come from, I don't know. As you get to development, as you get into design, that's where you try to figure out where that right-of-way comes from on or rather, Old Nacogdoches Road. With regard to Dr. Pinshorn coming in, we would agree there is a significant drainage problem, particularly in southern Schertz because of the topography. Again, and that is exacerbated by new development, additional paving, more runoff, things like that, and it also creates additional problems and challenges. Many of you who've lived here a long, long time realize it's not good when a field floods, it creates problems, but that is a different level of problem than when Schertz Fire and EMS is trying to evacuate folks from a subdivision that was built and their homes are flooding, and the folks who've been there a long time said, yeah, things flooded forever. They built those houses there, and it still floods. Don't disagree that we have that problem and that challenge. What I would say to that is, while certainly there's a connection with building roads and development occurring, it generally works the other way. Development happens, and that forces us to have to come in and build the roads to support that, as opposed to the city having enough money to just go build a road through the middle of a field and then having development come as a result of that, going back to my earlier point. I will also say that that is a function in terms of how we deal with flooding with a lot of our other regulations. We've had discussion about our future land use plan, which stipulates things, and needing to potentially look at that to create greater buffers of lower density along the Cibolo Creek in the areas that we know it floods. And it also has to do with our drainage ordinances that deal with how people deal with those floodings. I'll kind of jump ahead in a bit and say city staff does attend those regional meetings, particularly the San Antonio River Authority studies that is looking at the Cibolo Creek drainage area and the things like that. Jimmy Hooks and Larry went to a meeting just last week that was referenced to participate in that, to understand that, and often those are long-term big solutions. Again, it's not just in southern Schertz, though. Most of the folks who live over in Aviation Heights would get in line with you and say, we've got a drainage flooding problem, because again, the area where we are now was generally on the edge of being flooded and the challenges we have there. So we have some of those issues. Again, I would argue that it is not the road per se that is the primary driver to deal with that. It is other ordinances with regard to future land use plans and our drainage ordinances, etc. One of the gentlemen spoke with regard to the extension of FM 3009. And let me say this kind of with that, because that's been a focus of a lot of folks and has been a focus of the community for a lot of time. As Kathy mentioned, we took roads off the proposed thoroughfare plan because we did not feel they were needed based on the studies. The folks who live out in Laura Heights area, and I'm looking if any of them are here, who I recognize on a variety of issues, Lazar Parkway. We acquired right-of-way for that. That road is coming off the thoroughfare plan proposed because we do not feel we need it. If we do not need a road, there is no reason to acquire land for it. There's no reason to require someone or the city to build it, and there is no reason to spend money forever to maintain that road. So if we don't need a road, we don't propose it. The problem we have, and many of you, we've talked about this before, the only north-south connection, or really it's central to Southern Schertz connection that we have, is right up there with regard to 1518. You've got the two ways you can go with it. Some flood underwater. It's a big congestion mess with the railroad track, etc. Whether we like it or not, if we want to have reasonable access and mobility, if we want to have emergency services, if we want to have another way to access large parts of our community, if there is an incident, God forbid, and there likely will be, with train derailments or accidents or flooding, there needs to be a second connection down to Southern Schertz. The consultant can talk at greater length about what traffic is like today. So for those of you who sit in that traffic at 78 and 1518 during peak times now, and I'll touch on the gentleman's question, we're just about 40,000 people in Schertz. We think somebody whose house started about 2.5 months ago will be our 40,000th resident. But when we are at 70,000 people, and when the communities around us have doubled in size and traffic has gotten that much worse, you can imagine what traffic will be like at that point if we do not make other improvements. And so thus the need for the connection back over there. I will say that there's, with regard to the FM 3009 extension, we looked at a different alignment to stay away from those existing neighborhoods like Lost Meadows. I will say this, there's an item on the agenda, I believe next now, and the item after, relative to platting of the CCMA plant. CCMA worked with us on that alignment. Now, they won't be dedicating the right-of-way due to rough proportionality. We can't require it. It's problematic for them to dedicate it. But we worked very carefully with them to pin down that alignment and say, let's not build things there that would prevent that road from forever coming in. And so again, we'll have to go deal with that at some point when the road's warranted, because that's a very expensive road with a floodplain. There's no need to get it right now necessarily either, but you don't want to close the door on that forever, because at some point you can have so much development occur that it becomes impractical and impossible to get there. With that, I will touch on the gentleman's question. And sometimes you give answers and think, oh, this is a pretty good answer. It's not as bad as people think. The flip side is you look at people, and again, my mindset has always been, people may not like what you're telling them, but you do better to tell them what you think the case is than string them along or downplay it. One of the challenges that we have is that section and actually getting through there. And again, that's because of development that's occurred by the drainage ditch that you referenced and y'all's property back there. There was a very narrow window to get through. So it is not unlikely, and again, I haven't looked at it specifically and don't know exactly which property yours, but likely we will have to go through some folks' property, and that may in fact be your property there. It is and I don't doubt that.
And you will take all of it.
Yeah, and that may be the case. And so again, that may.
You don't care what you do, right?
So again, yeah. So the reality is,
You threaten me with eminent domain and want to pay me pennies on the dollar.
Yeah.
But yet you and the city will gain a lot from it. But I won't, just like you did with Sarah in San Antonio.
Understood.
My son there, who I've been here since 1992.
Yes, sir.
I bought that property at 21 years old, and I finished paying for it after 20 years, 5 years ago, so that my son would have something to build on. Now you're telling me that he's not going to be able to build. I can't turn around and sit there because I live in Bear County. You guys are going to annex me within the next year, just so that I don't build something on that piece of property. Said and done, and I hope everybody listens to hear about it. But you will do it. Understood. Now, next week, or this week, I've got to go to Bear County to go try to bring the taxes down, because you want way too much money. If you want me to pay taxes on that property for the next 10, 15 years, so that you can take it from me, even though you don't want me building anything on it, right?
So again, well, if you'll permit me, and I appreciate your frustration. So again, if you are in Bear County, the city does not approve or issue building permits in Bear County. You can go down to Bear County and pull a permit and build what you want today. The point of the plan, though, as frustrating as it may be, is that the idea, appreciate the other frustrations, is that so folks know this is the plan down the road, don't know when it'll happen, but that they have that information going forward. I will tell you this honestly, there has been no discussion amongst City of Schertz staff or council or the Planning and Zoning Commission about annexing properties at this point. Likely the next annexations we do will be the properties under development agreement that have a few more years. I can appreciate your frustration. I can appreciate that you don't believe it. But again, I'd rather give you the answer you don't want to hear and tell you that so you're aware of it going forward. Yes, ma'am. So let me say this. We will be happy to sit down with y'all individually and walk through and make sure I understand where your property is, roughly where the road would come through, so we can have that conversation. I will commit to you that if in that meeting and understanding where your property is and looking at the plan, that it looks like that's where it would come through, it would need to come through your property, I will be honest and tell you that. If we can work to ways to find it, to avoid that or minimize the impact, we will try to do that as well. The challenge we have with these things.
I didn't drive a brand new truck for the last 20 years that I could pay for that. That's how long it took to pay for that.
Understood. So again, we are happy to sit down with folks who are here, chat with them about particulars. The challenge we often have is, as we heard some folks say, and again, I appreciate the woman who referenced the traffic on 482 up north with the construction traffic and the limited number of roads, and everything seems to be funneled through to Schwab, and we've got the school going in on Hubertus. The problem we have is those roads have to go through someone's property, and often you can't find anyone who says, I want the road to go through, and so those are some of the challenges that we have. As mentioned earlier, one of the things is, yes, city staff attends various meetings with Sarah to discuss the Cibolo Creek and things like that. Larry Bush and Jimmy Hooks attended those. One of the things I will say that happened at this level, we often don't do water quality studies. When we amend our thoroughfare plan, the MPO looks at it, modifies their thoroughfare plan, and that's where they tend to start looking at issues larger regionally like water quality, so it occurs at a different level and stage going forward. Certainly, if they are TxDOT roads or certain roads or funding used, environmental studies have to be done relative to road construction going forward. The question came up that with regard to planning for FM 1518, everyone has known for a long time at the city, Planning and Zoning Commission, City Council, that FM 1518 needed to be improved. It was simply finding the funding. So again, knowing we need to plan for something and having the funds is different. With regard to the Lower Seguin Road Bridge, those design plans are at 100% roughly. They're pretty much done. We look to be going to council in a few weeks to put that out to bid for construction. And then hopefully in a matter of a couple of months, you will see construction starting on the Lower Seguin Road Bridge. So one of the things we heard was with regard to Lower Seguin Road and construction. Again, I will say this, that what we're talking about is future alignment. As you know, we recently have developed a pavement condition index where we looked at all the roads in the city of Schertz, rated them with regard to the state they're in, and then are looking to go to city council in a few weeks. Council just sold bonds yesterday. I don't remember the dollar figure, but we've got about $3 million, I think-ish, for road improvement and repair. That will not get everybody's road everywhere going forward. If bids come in high, it won't even do as much as we want. But part of what we're doing, and when we go to council, is we'll identify a CIP in an order of priority. So we will know the roads we start with that we will do first, and everyone will know if their road is proposed to get done or not to get done going forward as we try to change the way we're doing business with that. Again, we heard a gentleman, Mr. Asherbrenner, did he leave? Oh, there he is. He's not listening. He's walking across. Talked about or rather the 3009 extension. While the right-of-way is a bit bigger for the 3009 extension, it is a 4-lane divided road. That is what Schertz Parkway is. So I think the characterization of a highway and a freeway is not an accurate one. Additionally, a bit of the challenge we have is when people get up and say, property owners want to develop, we want to build neighborhoods, the reality is, and I'll be real blunt, those developers only have to worry about having enough access to be able to get a plat approved and to be able to market homes. And once they've built and sold those homes, the city of Schertz has to deal with that situation forever. And the reality is nobody wants big roads, but if you need a big road because of the volume of traffic, you need a big road to move the volume of traffic because there is an expectation there. I will also point out the reference to the school property on it. The Rose Garden replacement is being built fronting FM 1518, which has a significant volume of traffic. And so again, we have Pascal on Schertz Parkway, which is again a similar width. We have Rose Garden going on. I think the characterization of that as a freeway highway is inaccurate. Again, often folks don't want to, as you know, build as much road as it increases their development costs. But again, the developer walks away, the city is left to deal with it, and thus we need to appropriately size those roads. If we do not size roads to accommodate development, then we cannot go in and allow development of certain densities where we can't plan for infrastructure. Again, the next question I will say is that the land use plan drives the need for infrastructure, not vice versa. It's what's going to happen stipulates how much you need. Again, we're not proposing to amend the future land use plan, and we already have existing zoning that may or may not conform and may be more and more dense that we have to deal with going forward with that. Again, we will try not to split properties, but again, if someone is planning to come in and build a subdivision, the reality is we may need to fit a road through there, and I'll be blunt, I'd rather have it run through that property that's to develop than take someone who says, I'm not going to develop, I've got a field, and run a road through where their house is going to be to save a developer a few bucks. Those are the kind of things that we look at and try to balance. We had a comment, again, by the woman on the truck traffic FM 482, and the comment was a lot of it seems to be focused on Schwab Road because of limitations on Hubertus, weight limit, etc. Those of you on TSAC know that has been a problem. Again, the issue there is, much as we've heard folks today say, I don't want roads running through undeveloped property, the folks up there don't want a new road running through their property either. And so we try to find that appropriate balance. Again, the struggle Schertz deals with is much of that development up off 482 is not in the city of Schertz. We do not control it. Generally, I would argue that 95% of that truck traffic is not going to a destination in Schertz. It's going to something outside our city limits, but we have to deal with that traffic. And the reality is I have to deal with that traffic because very soon, in a little over a year, we will have school buses with kids going down Hubertus to the Comal Middle School, and we have to make sure that we improve those roads to accommodate that traffic so it's as safe as possible. Okay, let me take a breath here. FM 482 Schwab Road. There was a gentleman who spoke who lives in Schertz Forest. The road he's talking about is the backage road. It's the road that runs parallel to the frontage road. I'll be real blunt. Don't disagree that he does not want that road running right behind his house where it does not exist today due to noise and things like that. The problem we have, though, is if we do not have enough counterflow movement to IH-10 and the frontage roads, and then TxDOT is looking to go to an urban section and getting away from the two-way on the frontage road to a one-way on a frontage road, is people start cutting through neighborhoods to to try to get there, and they congest all the spots. So I agree. He doesn't want a road. It'll negatively impact him by having that road back through there. Not having that road will negatively impact him by him not being able to get out and around on 1518 because there isn't enough capacity to handle all the things that are coming. And as folks mentioned, reality is folks want to get from 35 to 10 and vice versa, whether we like it or not, and they don't live in Schertz, don't live in Schertz's ETJ, they're just looking for a connection. So to some degree, we heard about Cibolo and FM 1103. The reality is, if you look at the spacing of our roads, and I'll try to do this fairly quickly here. If you notice in the section of Schertz we are now, how our roads are spaced, we've got the section of 1518, Schertz Parkway, and 3009. So we've got 3 roads in that width that run north-south. Down south right now, all we have is 1518. And if you look further south, we are much wider. The reality is, the fact that we're putting in many of these roads that are frustrating is because there is so much land mass there. And again, I understand the way it is today, but if you look as things develop, that's a typical spacing of road. The thing folks can do to keep the roads from developing sooner is to not sell your property to develop it, to not subdivide it yourself, and that doesn't generate the development at point that starts to trigger road construction. And again, as I mentioned at the front end, the challenge is I can't tell you when this road's going to come in, can't tell you when this road's going to come in. I appreciate the gentleman who bought it is looking to retire from a second job. It may not be in your lifetime, but I also can't sit here and tell you it won't be in your lifetime. It may be in 5 years. It may be in 10 years. I just do not know. It's a function of when traffic warrants that and when funding is available for that. And yes, sir. So here's how here's how the process typically works. When the P&Z makes a recommendation and this goes to City Council will act how they act. They'll approve it with recommendations, or they'll go, yep, no, we don't want to do any of it, or we don't want to do all of it. Send us back to the drawing board, or don't ever come back with this thing ever again. That happens on occasion.
Sorry to interrupt, but you operate under the same procedure that council does.
Well, no, I just cut off the discussion that's going on.
Yeah.
The
chair has discretion to allow the discussion. We don't operate strictly under Robert's Rules of Order.
People make comments without anybody else.
So let me say this, Mr. Rawhite. I don't doubt that the commission will allow additional comment from the public that wants it. Part of the role of the Planning and Zoning Commission is to make sure everyone's views are aired. That's the role they take. And I will say Mr. Richmond, as his last meeting, will likely do what he's done in the past, which is err on the side of making sure everybody has a chance to get heard. So we'll try to limit it and not drag on forever, but I don't want to have someone with a pressing question that can be answered quickly. So the process is, if it's approved by City Council, then we've got the map, it's up on the website, documents adopted. We don't at that point start pinning down the alignment. It sits and sits and sits, and we only start to identify the alignment as development comes in. So again, typically that occurs when a property owner in the area, generally along that alignment, says, I want to plat my property, I want to subdivide it, or I sold it and the new owner comes in. And at that point we say, the map shows a road generally around your property, potentially through it. You need to do, and we put that burden initially on that property owner or developer to have an engineer and start to look at a more specific alignment of that road. And we start from really where those constraints are. We kind of, where's the point I know I have to start? Where's the point I know I have to stop? and they sort of pin that down, and then often we will send them out to talk to other property owners if it proceeds further, to let those folks weigh in, because what we don't want to do is let them decide that in a vacuum that negatively impacts somebody else. Again, staff tries to look for those things that we know. You've done the alignment to minimize the developer's cost, but you've just run it right through the middle of a cemetery or someone's house or things like that. And so that's when that occurs. So likely the pinning down of that alignment isn't going to occur for years and years. Again, I don't know if somebody's going to show up tomorrow and buy out everybody and they offer, I can't tell you, but again, if y'all are going, don't want it, not going to have it happen, there's not a need for that road to come in and there isn't funding to make it happen, there's no reason to make it happen. So that's how that process occurs. So as you start to pin it down, property owners have a chance to weigh in, and we try to again strike a balance. And I will say this though, not everyone will be happy with that process. You'll have some folk, sometimes you have everybody unhappy. But you try to find those balances as you pin down road alignments. And we heard that from some folks that came up with regard to the one of the zoning cases we had up off 35 and some challenges there. The problem you've got is nobody wants to pay to build the road. Nobody wants to lose the developable land. But if you can't get to the property, it's not worth anything. But again, generally developers only care about, can I build what I want to build and then let the city deal with it forever? And we struggle with some of those things in many cases that people deal with. So there was some discussion about the high volume of traffic on, again, 3009 and what that road is, discussion of 382. We talked about the backage road as I catch back up to where I am. I can appreciate people feeling frustrated that this stuff is already decided and already done. I will point out that I am hosting a meeting where many of you will probably show up tomorrow night who live south of Randolph in that area because when we ran a comp plan amendment, City Council said, yeah, no, we're not okay with this. Back to the drawing board staff, go out and talk to folks. So it is not a done deal. It truly, I will tell you, and I will say this. City staff, we get paid to be here. The Planning and Zoning Commission does not. And rarely do people say thank you, and rarely do people say thanks for not spending time with your family for how many hours it is a month or a year. And just I will offer this up. We have openings on city boards and commissions. So for those of you who want to get involved, you can call the city secretary's office, and we need people to sit on the Transportation Safety Advisory Committee. I truly would encourage you to invite and participate. And you can do one of those thankless jobs as well. But I will tell you that from my perspective as a staff person, the Planning and Zoning Commission takes their job very seriously. They do listen, they do care, they do try to find those balances, as do City Council. And I think the example of not going to approve that comp plan amendment, but hold a public meeting and talk to folks is an example of that, whether folks believe it or not. But that's the intent with that. Make sure I can read my handwriting here. So again, there were comments with regard to roads coming too close to houses. Ideally, we try to avoid negatively impacting people's houses as much as possible because that is truly what we try to do. If you don't doubt the sincerity, or if you doubt the sincerity of that, the reality is, as folks know, the more we impact a property, the more we have to pay through condemnation to acquire that easement or right-of-way. And so there isn't a logical reason or a rational reason to do that going forward. But to be blunt, it's not always possible. Certainly, as many of you know, New Braunfels with, I think, Walnut that they constructed, that the Walnut improvement, they had to take out a number of houses associated. They just could not fit it either way. Not making a judgment call whether that was right or wrong, but those things happen as they come forward. Let me go through and see if there's any that weren't generally sort of covered there. With regard to the gentleman who spoke about traffic counts, we don't have the counts, and I don't see them on 3009. We don't have counts from 10 years ago. We can see if we can acquire counts from TxDOT. Part of what the consultant did do is do projections of, based on development and traffic patterns, how much traffic do we think there's going to be, and that really becomes the basis of the roads. That's why we propose some, and that's why we eliminate some like Lazar Parkway, because we don't need it. I will touch on the point he made with regard to the 3009 extension and some unpopularity with that. Ultimately, City Council can decide to keep that on the thoroughfare plan or to eliminate it from the thoroughfare plan. Understand, though, there are implications either way to that decision. There are implications of going through people's property down the road in the future, but there are implications to our community to not do that relative to the volume of traffic. And to be blunt, those do have a real impact on folks. Again, as I said, we hope it's not the case with emergency response time, but that is a big deal, being able to get to folks and get to them in a timely manner. And just the reality of really, again, as I said, we only have one route between Central Schertz and Southern Schertz. And that's in an area of the width that running through the middle of Central Schertz, we've got 3 north-south roads. So to be blunt, 2 isn't sufficient. I'm not standing up here and promise you put 3009 in and everything will be great, traffic won't be bad. Traffic will still be a mess because, as the gentleman noted before, we have a lot of floodplain and railroad tracks we have to get over, because you can't go under because of the floodplain, to try to make that happen. Don't have a good solution for that today, but we need to know that, again, the example I've given, many of you have heard. I grew up in San Antonio. When I came back from living in the Dallas area, and first time I went over to my sister-in-law's parents' house to help them with something, and I was going down 410 and I'm getting off on Bandera, I start seeing that exit sign way too early. I'm thinking, that's the crazy, it's not, Bandera's not happening yet. Got over, you get over that flyover, and it drops you off way out there. When I was growing up and first learning to drive, my dad took me out on 1604 literally to practice driving. It was 2 lanes, it's fairly safe. Then it became the death loop. Now it is what it is, it's a freeway. I remember messing around at San Pedro and 410 with no access and going through Incarnate Word and the nuns and this and that and what can happen and the whole history of that thing. And now you've got the intersection you've got at 1604. So what I remind folks is this often feels very imminent. It feels like it's this approval today means the roads will be there right away. And I will look back at those examples. The reality is there are a lot of folks that want to live in Texas. There are a lot of folks that want to live in the San Antonio Schertz area. And so much as San Antonio has had to deal with those things, and we have roads that we never would have expected, the Bandera Road flyover at 410 and whatnot, at some point we will be in that same boat and have to deal with that. And so the key is to plan for it. Again, let me repeat, if that growth and development doesn't come because folks out there don't sell their property and don't develop, and because Cibolo changes and sees the light and goes rural, it may not ever happen. But the reality is, what we do here and we do in our lives, it's about, frankly, what we leave behind. And we've heard people talk about generations living on property and what they left behind for their kids and their families. And part of this is about finding that balance, and it's tough, so that what's left behind for the community, we have a community that can function and move and can go forward. It's tough to find that balance. You can't always find a way that it's win-win for everybody. You try to minimize the negative impacts. And so it won't necessarily happen overnight. Again, I don't have a density population. We planned and estimated, but I will say, you know, we're just about 40,000. We're probably going to get up to 70, 75,000 people, so we'll almost double in size from where we are today. Doubling fire stations we need, schools we need, things like that. With regard to, there was a question about fire stations. The City of Schertz has done a fire study to try to look at where we need fire stations in the future. The one that's being done is on Lower Seguin Road, just on the opposite side of 1518 from you guys. They are working and coordinating with Cibolo on their fire stations. We now have a closest response agreement. It's not a mutual aid agreement, it's closest response. So when a call comes in, we dispatch for Cibolo, the closest unit gets sent out automatically. So if you're in Schertz and the closest unit is in Cibolo, it goes automatically. We don't got to call and ask for help. that's the way it works and vice versa. So the benefit of that is folks get a quicker response time and it costs less overall that we do. And again, that's part of why we dispatch for them. That was a question asked before. The alignment, as I mentioned, is generalized. Don't disagree with the woman who spoke with regard to the disappointment in the repairs to Lower Seguin Road. I think we have tried to learn some lessons for that with the PCI, with what we're doing going forward to do a better job. So again, in the next few weeks, June, we think, Kathy, hopefully, we'll go with a contract for a design firm to start designing those road repair improvements. And part of what council will bless is, here are the priority of the roads we're going to do, and we'll get to them in that order. May not get to them all if funds don't go as far. So I think I've kind of got through the list. I know I probably missed someone, but hopefully I kind of touched on it a bit to try to get the answer out.
Thank you, Brian. Good job.
Yes, sir. Oh, okay. So TxDOT study with regard to 15.8. TxDOT is currently doing design work on FM 1518. So in fact, we met with TxDOT yesterday, Kathy? Yesterday with TxDOT and looked at the latest information they have on FM 1518. We've been in discussions with them about the Rose Garden project and access and property owners adjacent about development properties going there. And they are still working through that. One of the issues that they are trying to tackle with that now is drainage. Those folks who've been out there a long time know that TxDOT, or that 1518 sort of serves as a dam north of Lower Seguin. When it was improved, road now gets blocked, flooded, runs down. So they are looking at how they can manage that drainage. They have not decided what sections will be done yet, but they are struggling, as I said, with the 1518-78 intersection because of its proximity to the other signals on FM 78 creates a lot of problems in how you move roads. Additionally, the problem of going over is that area is in the clear zone or near the clear zone for Randolph Air Force Base, so it becomes problematic to go over due to conflicts with the plane. But you'll note the little asterisk on the plan. The idea is to keep in mind we need to find a solution down the road. TxDOT is looking to do, I think, a public meeting in late summer, early fall on FM 1518. So you guys will get the opportunity to come out probably at the Civic Center and see what's proposed there and offer commentary on that as well. Okay, thanks. Okay, so one of the questions is, how do we get this stuff built if it's on the plan? Two ways it's happening, or three ways it's happening now generally. One is developers will come in and propose to subdivide property, and that triggers construction of improvements, unless there are rough proportionality waivers that don't allow them to be improved. The other way that can occur is the city can fund it. The city can fund road improvements going forward. As I mentioned, the bond was just passed by the voters for our section of 1103, our section of 1518. The final way is that we get outside funding through TxDOT, grants, things like that from the MPO. We'll remind the Commission that what we're doing tonight is the thoroughfare plan. Once the thoroughfare plan gets to council and gets approved in whatever format, we will in short order come back and start the process of approving a roadway impact fee. So the idea is to create a fund of money that comes from new development. So new development that comes in would pay a fee just like we do water and sewer impact fees. There would be a roadway impact fee, and that money can be used on designated roads that would be identified as part of the impact fee study to improve those roads that are necessary going forward. So it creates another source that puts that funding burden more, not entirely, but more on the new development coming in that's generating the need, as opposed to existing residents of Schertz who are having to shoulder that right now. And so, again, the idea is that helps us keep up better with improving new roads. Again, we've still got the issue of repair and maintenance.
Very good. Long evening. We're not having any more. It's almost 10 o'clock. We're good. Well,
You said we would be able to address some questions.
we answered the questions as best we could. All right, further discussion, commissioners?
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate Brian for scheduling the longest meeting in 4 years for Commissioner David Richmond's last
Send
meeting.
him out with a bang. We don't want him to miss this.
I'm sure he's not going to forget us for a while now. Thank you, everybody, to coming out tonight and being a part of this meeting. I certainly appreciate it. Brian, you and I, we've had a number of conversations regarding the 3009 extension. And I'm just going to make a few comments about
Sure.
that.
Put it up so folks can see it.
Starting about 20 years ago, first time is the proposed extension came up, and City Council opposed it back then. I got very involved during the 2006 study that was completed by R.J. Rivera and Associates, and we were very opposed to it at that point. Council again at that point told TxDOT that they were not interested in doing any planning for the 3009 extension. Looking at the proposed route, it certainly is less impactful on the Crescent Bend Nature Park than the original route that was proposed by Rivera and Associates. However, it still is in close proximity to Crescent Bend Nature Park. And for me, as a citizen, I feel that Crescent Bend Nature Park is the crown jewel of our park system. And it's probably one of the best parks in Bexar County, even in the region, being a national attraction for birding. And to have a roadway which potential pollution runoff as well as light pollution is not something that I'm very interested in seeing there. The floodplain impacts are pretty significant on going over the floodplain in that area, and the cost of that becomes extremely prohibitive. And now looking at this new possible routing, even if CCMA, is agreeable to it, as a person who lives out here and pays water and sewer fees and property taxes, I don't see how bisecting their property could not, at some point, either today or in the future, have an impact on the operations of that plant and their ability to effectively treat the wastewater that they have to treat, especially with the growing volumes. And finally, not as a commissioner, but as a citizen, having been involved with bond elections over the last few years and seeing the trends on how we're getting unfunded mandates pushed down upon us at the local level from the state and even the national level, TxDOT's going to turn over these FM roads to us when we get to 50,000. We're going to have that increased liability to look at having to fund grade separations at 1518 and 78, at 78 and 3009, and to come up with the matching funds when we have a limited capacity of about $25 million every 5 years. We have $25 million worth of local road works that we need to do at a minimum. I cannot support the idea of having a 3009 extension completed. And yes, I understand that it could have some pretty negative consequences in the future. But again, going back to previous conversations that we've had, there is no good solution with the natural constraints that we have, as well as the self-imposed constraints that we have that were created by the building of the rail line and allowing of the landfill. And that's my comments on that.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else?
Yes, sir. Couple things. If I understand correctly, for the most part, when we look at this thoroughfare plan and we see new roads or the extension of existing roads, by and large, that's a development issue that as the city has no intention to go out there and build that particular street. What we're trying to do is preserve right-of-way so that when a developer decides to improve a piece of property, as you said earlier, we can then say, well, we need a street through here. He may not build that street, but they may end up giving us the right-of-way. Is that a correct assumption? That this is really not, the city has no intention, although I have a follow-on question. The city has no intention of going out there and building all these streets.
So I'll say this, yeah, the city has no intention of going out and building all of these streets. I will say, though, the need for those streets is generated by additional traffic. Now, often a lot of that traffic is generated by new development that occurs where that future road is to be, and that triggers a new section of road that would go in going forward. But, so let me use an example. One of the roads that we're adding to the plan is Homestead Boulevard. There would not be a need to have Homestead Boulevard built if not for the Homestead development, and the Homestead developer is building that section. The reality is that Schwab Road runs adjacent to part of Homestead as well. So when they plat the section adjacent to Schwab, they'll build their section of Schwab Road adjacent. That leaves a gap down to the frontage road of 35. So if, again, a development occurs and Homestead starts building, they build the Schertz part, they build the Cibolo part, they start building the section adjacent to Schwab, other development starts coming in behind them that feeds into those roads and things like that, the city may look up some point in the future and say, traffic is a big mess. We need to go in and build this section of Schwab Road. And so that may trigger the city going in and acquiring right-of-way and building that section of Schwab. So while, again, we often don't go out and sort of initiate these things, we do at times have to come in and respond to that as well. We've heard that with Wiederstein as well. You know, we've got the section of Wiederstein, and we have all the traffic problems with folks there. And one of the things is, man, when that road comes in and connects back down to 3009, that'll really help. Well, we've got some smaller property owners out there who are affected by it, and there you are. And we've got the Rips property that's a big piece that's affected by it. And so again, more likely if those smaller property owners developed, and we just have that gaps in the Rips piece, and it goes on long enough and traffic gets bad enough, city may come and go, we need to build it through the Rips property, they're not ready to sell, and they would likely share many of the concerns that folks expressed tonight. So again, we don't typically set out and start doing that, but I don't want to downplay the fact that we often come in and do it because we need to fill in a gap.
No,
I want to be real honest with folks.
I understand that. I guess what I was really looking for, Brian, was, for instance, the backage road down here along Interstate 10. The city is not going to go down there and put that street in to attract commercial development, correct?
So let me say this, and one of the things I'm very cautious about is I can't promise what the city will do. And as much as I work for the city, I am not city council, so even today I can't tell you what the city would do or what P&Z and recommend. I think it highly unlikely, though, that staff would recommend that we build that road or that council would do it, because fundamentally there isn't a need for it, and I got a bunch of other stuff we need to spend money on. The opportunity cost is too great. We wouldn't build a road we don't need when we've pointed out we need a lot of other stuff from the city that comes from a lot of those funding sources. So you never say never, but yeah, I think it's highly, highly unlikely that that would ever occur.
So let's look at the 3009 extension, because I see that as being a different animal. We've got traffic studies right now that show, you know, the idea of having to traverse 78 to get to 1518 is becoming a real nightmare. So I have a couple questions about that. Number one, do you perceive that as continuing as a state road, being a farm to market road, or is that something that TxDOT probably wouldn't do and it would fall to the city to build that road?
So I would say this, I think that 3009 extension plays a part in a larger regional road network. Again, it's not a highway, though, to be clear. I think the characterization of that is flawed. But it moves traffic from a large area to the point that it's just not a minor local road like Maskey, for example. You know, other people care about it beyond the folks just around it, unlike, you know, Maskey, it's generally kind of the people going to soccer and whatnot, the people who live right off of it who care about it. But talk to folks in North Shore, they don't know where Maskey is, don't care about Maskey, not minimizing it. So I think it plays a larger regional importance. I don't know whether it will be a state road extension or not. I would say that likely the city will, again, never say never. I don't see how the city would ever fund that on their own entirely. For us to really be able to do it, we would have to go to the MPO, to have to go to TxDOT to try to do those things. Part of the reason they would do it is because we're dealing with 1518, and if we're bogging down there and we're creating problems on not only 1518 but 78, that's the reason they would be inclined to help us. So again, to tell you this, while it seems like large sums of money and unlikely down the road, you know, we put up $5 million for 1518, and we got $14.5 million from outside Schertz coming in. We put up $2 million for FM 1103, and the cost of the TxDOT 1103 and the overpass is roughly twice that, probably twice that. I don't have the figures. Again, someone made a comment about the sidewalks on 3009. That was funded entirely from TxDOT, and people will gasp now. That cost over $3 million, but that was all TxDOT money coming in. So I will say this, Schertz has a good history of getting funding from those things, and I think this road, because of the impact, it would be something that one could make a good case for outside regional funding. That may not outweigh the downsides that people see to Crescent Bend or other areas, and it would still require a lot of match from the city of Schertz. But yeah, I don't think this would fall entirely to the city of Schertz to build because it has such a larger impact. Again, I will go back to the answer, and again, won't convince anybody, but if you had asked me as a kid growing up, would this thing ever happen with 1604, I'd say, that's nuts. It would never happen. But again, not ready to retire the first time yet, but I'm getting older too. But you know, as I look up 30 years later, that stuff is there because, again, San Antonio was a big city, but it was not what it is today. It's the, seventh largest city in the country? You asked me that as a kid, I'd say, no way San Antonio is going to be the seventh largest city in the country. We're a small TV market, but. So that's the answer. And again, it's balancing pros and cons. There are often, what we make decisions with this tonight, there's not a perfect answer. We try to weigh and see what's most appropriate and make the best decision we can.
Well, that seems to be the real problem. You know, there's a lot of concern about the property owners and the alignment. And quite honestly, since I've retired, I don't have a need to travel 1518. So but the idea is I sit here and I don't see a viable alternative. If this city, if we expect people to be able to get from one end of the city to the other, and as traffic, you know, unless we widen 1518 to 8 lanes and make it a freeway, but even then, it dead ends at FM 78. So you're still left with this quandary of trying to listen to what all the people that live down there have to say and try to understand their concerns. You know, I just don't know where the alternative is to try to, you know, to move people. So.
Sir, we're through with, I don't mean to cut you off, but we're not having discussion. The public hearing is over.
He didn't answer the question. He doesn't have the environmental impact.
Sir.
It really wasn't a question as much as it was an observation that to you know, show or to at least let you folks understand that it's not that I don't care. It's trying to, you know, it's bigger than just you folks. It really is. It's bigger than just me, and it was just an observation, not a question, sir. But thank you.
Chief, when that question came up originally about extending FM 3009 20-some odd years ago, it was decided then there was no easy way to do it and just shut it down. That's why it was dropped out of the plan.
Technically, Commissioner Greenwald, and I apologize, it was never actually dropped out of the plan. It was dropped, like we're dropping the concept, but it technically still shows up on the thoroughfare plan in a different alignment. But your point is well taken. The concept was drop it.
Because there
Understood.
was no practical way to get from one end to the other.
Yes, sir. Understood. I would agree with that.
Because of the housing and the businesses that were allowed to build at 3009 at the corner.
That's right. And again, I will say this, and I can appreciate that. And yeah, there is not a way to put that road through and not impact a property owner. And we've heard that tonight. We've discussed that. What we've tried to do, though, is overcome some of the previous conflicts from previous alignments. And so again, ironically, Mr. Sanders is back there. We are not his favorite people because he has been held up, as we've said. It's not off the plan yet. I got to figure the alignment, In some ways, it would be a lot easier for him to go, take it off, let me move, let me not deal with the impact. But the reality is, and I think as much as it was frustrating, he got the fact that we've got a plan for the future growth. Again, Clint and his folks are probably not happy that they had to call home and say, yeah, we're not coming home anytime soon. We're going to be here for a while. And again, they face the same thing. We've got a plant to run. We've got a plant to operate. We've got the stuff we need to do. But, and again, let me say this very clearly. There is not a right or wrong answer here at all. We just need to be fully aware that there are significant negative impacts on the traffic throughout Schertz to not provide for an additional connection between Central and Southern Schertz as it is. That being said, though, you can't provide it, and Mr. Dolly made a great series of points. If you were to provide it, there are a series of negative impacts associated with that. It's a balancing act. There is no right or wrong answer. I've told you this before. Our job is to make those things clear to you so that the Planning and Zoning Commission and City Council can make an informed decision so that if it's left there, they understand the impacts it has in terms of cost, Crescent Bend, property owners, etc. And if the decision is to remove it, they understand the implications to traffic and congestion and things like that. There's no right or wrong answer.
And part of the point I was trying to make earlier is that if we take this completely off, and you know, personally, I couldn't believe that the city of Schertz allowed that development at the end of 3009, the retail center and the vet center, because it's just seemed to me that, you know, now you've basically, you've cut it off. And
the alignment, to be clear, was to, and again, Mr. Sand, it was intended to go around.
Well, okay, but where I'm going with this, as long as this line is on the map, whether it ever gets built or not, if we get a developer out there that's going to build a subdivision, as long as the line is on the map, we can require him, or however we do it, to leave the right of way for this street. If we take it completely off the map, then the first bunch of houses that get built out there, this idea of a north-south connector is just gone forever.
That's likely the case, yes, sir.
Already got houses behind the strip center there, Lone Oak.
No, I understand, Mr. Greenwald, and that's...
Yeah, the belief is we can go around those houses and not go through that subdivision.
I think there is an answer to Lynn's question. There is an alternative. We don't have a master thoroughfare plan, and that would be a huge mistake. So I think if there's one thing to be left to the remaining audience tonight, it is we recognize the importance of thoroughfare planning for the city. Because if we could elect not to do it, then we're addressing every developer, every sale of property on a one-on-one basis, and the jobs that are thankless today would be doubly thankless. We have a thoroughfare plan for a reason, and that is so that we can effectively plan. But those lines are not like road lines because they're not there. They're just a best guess solution to the problem when the city recognizes we have to have projections for infrastructure that keep up with our projections for growth. So it is a guesstimate. It's not, you can't go out there and take one of those red dotted lines and say, okay, that goes right over my road and it's going to be going right by my house, because that's not true. It is a best guess estimate of where a connector needs to be to enable a growing city to continue to grow. So I think there is an alternative. You either have one or you don't have one. But I think we wisely have elected to have a master thoroughfare plan, and we address it regularly, and we propose changes, and we deal with the consequences. I'm not happy with the 3009 proposed extender either. I never have been. I didn't like it 20 years ago. And I watched different councils deliberate and deliberate and deliberate. As TxDOT kept saying, don't talk to us about 1518, your connector is going to be 3009. Every time we raised 1518, for whatever reasons, TxDOT came right back and said 3009. So, they really didn't recognize an alternative. They were not willing to recognize an alternative. So we had to work it as best we can. Maybe there's a better solution to 3009 extending. I can't see it on the map. I certainly wouldn't disapprove the proposed amendment to the master thoroughfare plan solely for the reason that I don't like the 3009 extender, because that's really just putting your head in the sand. And I think the important thing is to recognize the city is doing the best job it possibly can to project responsibly infrastructure changes for future growth. And if we can agree on that, then I think we've got a plan that is flexible enough to adapt to the future. Anyone else?
Yes, sir, please. Appendix B, the implementation timelines. Is there any more significance on that than a best guess?
It's a best guess. That's all it is.
The only portion of that I'm not real happy with is I don't like waiting 15-plus years to get Live Oak extended to Maskey Road. We have a multi-million-dollar sports facility down there and hardly any way to get there. I would like to see Live Oak Road extended to Maskey in the 5-year time frame.
Understood. And so I will say this, the timeline projections, we deferred to our consultant, and we deferred to our consultant on that based on their growth projections in the community, traffic volume, and congestion. So the idea of that was to say, and no offense, and some folks said it, here are folks who came down, who do this in a lot of places, who understand the implications. They're not from Schertz. When this is done, they're going to go back to where they came from, and we'll be left with that. But the benefit of having those folks come in from out and take a look at this is they can say, look, I can ignore some of the emotion things with regard to which roads should get first, and I can tell you from a traffic and congestion standpoint, this is what we think is the priority. Now, if development happens in a different way, they may come back and go, yeah, we agree it needs to be done differently. And if we as a community decide, thanks for that, that's well and good, but because we made this investment, because it's this thing, we want to do it differently, we can choose to do that. And so I don't disagree that as Benzel Farms comes in and we start to get a section of road, and now we've shortened that gap that we have, and as we get more and more congestion from background traffic on Maskey, which is what 95% of it is, it's people cutting through there except on Saturdays and Sundays when they're parking all over the place to use the soccer complex. But Monday through Friday, 95% of traffic is people one into the other and going wherever. We may decide to do that. I can tell you, and you probably would agree with this, that it's not our highest priority. We probably have got Eckert Road, we've got some things like that, but it is their recommendation with regard to the priority is intended as a starting point to start that conversation, not an ending point of this is what it has to be. And those are the things that we would weigh in relative to where we've made other investments, like the soccer complex, where we have significant impacts on particular property owners, for example, who can't get in and out, that are so negatively impacted as opposed to other roads where folks are simply inconvenienced. So it really is that starting point from that perspective, not intended as a be-all, end-all. We then take that, it's a bit of information, we digest it and go, thank you very much. We'll keep this much of it, we'll adjust this much, and we'll move forward. It's the same exact thing when we come forward with the PCI. The consultant gave those recommended roads that need to be repaired. One of the things staff will likely recommend is that we not do the section of Wiederstein Road from Schertz Parkway down to Selma, which is on there fairly high, because of the fact that that property owner has been kicking around looking at development. And from our perspective, and this is where we weigh in, it doesn't make sense to put repair money on a road that likely the developer may show up a month later and go, I got to rebuild the whole thing and widen it, and we've just wasted that money. It's the same thing here.
What would it take to make me feel better and put a 10-year time frame on that?
Again, and so here the thing, it goes to Mr. Richmond's comment. You can do, with the item before you, you can approve it as recommended by staff. You can table it and say, here's some things you need to go back and work at, staff. Or you can approve it with modifications. Recommend approval of it with the elimination of the 3009 extension, or recommend approval of it with the change to Maskey Road to put as a 10-year, and the consultant will likely put in there, Planning and Zoning Commission, no, it's negative, Planning and Zoning Commission recommended this based on concern for the impact of the soccer complex and traffic through that area, and we can add it in there. There is not a right or wrong answer to any of these things. Yeah, we can do that stuff. It means something else probably gets pushed back, but let's not say it's wrong. So yeah, you can make the motion, but to modify that section to put Maskey in the 10-year window or 5-year window with a note that this is because of the soccer complex, the investments that have been made, current development to fill that gap. Perfectly fine, and I'm not opposed to that.
I would like to do that if I could remember that. What? No. Is Ms. Woodley still here?
Oh, she's there.
Thank you for your presentation. Your presentation answered a lot of questions for me and made this report a lot clearer for me. So thank you for the time you put into your presentation. I just need to make some comments. We were spoken harsh to up here and treated a little bit unfairly. And Mr. James has touched on it about what we do up here. I've been here for 17 years. I own property in the city of Schertz. I've been in and out of the city of Schertz for 35 years. So I'm familiar with this area. I own property in this area. And to say that I don't care is not fair to me, and it's not fair to the other commissioners on this commission. I spend untold hours a week preparing for these meetings, burning gas in my car, going out to put my feet on property that we're looking at. I put the effort in, and I get a sandwich maybe twice a year and a bottle of water. That's all I get from this thing. So I do care. And like Mr. Richmond said, what would you all prefer? To not have a plan and have developers come out here and do whatever the heck they want with no guidelines, no rules? Is that what you want? I don't think it is. 30 years ago, Schertz received national recognition as a growing city, one of the fastest growing cities in the country. 30 years ago. A lot of folks have come in here in the last 10 years, the last 5 years, and they're upset with all the growth in Schertz. This started 30-something years ago. So we're doing the best we can up here on this commission to lead the city in the best way that we know possible. If you're not happy with it, come up here and sit with us. I'll welcome you to come up here and sit with us. But to say that we don't care is not fair. We're doing the best we can within the city ordinances and the state laws of Texas. We're doing the best we can to control this development. We're not going to stop it. You're not going to stop it. He's not going to stop it. The best we can do is control it the best way we can. And that's all we're trying to do up here. We're trying to control this rapid expansion, put the brakes on some of these developers, hold their feet to the fire, and take care of all the citizens in Schertz the best we can. Administratively, there's a lot of errors in here as far as misnumbered graphs, misnumbered paragraphs.
So we will clean that all
misaligned
up
things.
once it's approved. The idea is not to, as we make adjustments, correct everything. So once it goes to council, the ordinance will include and adjustments to correct numbering, spelling, references, et cetera. And so that way we're not spending a bunch of time correcting stuff that's going to change again.
Thank you.
Just a final comment. You know, we all know the growth that this region's experiencing. You know, San Antonio's projected to have 1 million more people by 2040. The demographer from the school district, I don't know, about 2 years ago, made a presentation that I was at, and they were talking about 1,000 people a day moving to the state of Texas, and about 80% of them are winding up in the 40 counties between San Antonio and Dallas along IH-35. You know, the people are coming, and as Commissioner Bro said, you know, we're just trying to figure out the best way to control it, and we're trying to make the best decisions that we can that will have the most positive impact on the most number of people. And we do feel the pain when we do have to make decisions that negatively impact individual property owners. And you know, for myself personally, you know, I feel that the southern extension of 3009 is a bad way to go. It's not something that I ever want to see built. But the overall benefits of this plan, you know, and one of the key components of that is the fact that by adopting this plan, we will now be able to begin charging impact fees for traffic, something that I've been advocating for the last couple of years up here, so we don't leave money on the table as we've had over the last number of years when the developers come in with the rough proportionality presentations that we have to accept and leave hundreds of thousands of dollars on the table that we could use to improve our roads with. So it does more good than bad.
Understand.
You know, we can have a plan or we cannot have a plan. If we have a plan, we can change the plan as we've changed the master thoroughfare plan over the years. If we don't have a plan, we are going to make it up as we get along. We're going to allow the events to dictate what's going on. I think we're better off with a plan.
Further discussion? All right, seeing none, Chair will entertain a motion. Again, it's a recommendation to City Council.
Pardon me?
Mr. Chairman, make a motion, we forward to City Council with a recommendation of approval, ZC 2017-007.
Second.
Not much else to say.
Have a motion from Mr. Greenwald, second from Mr. Broad, to approve ZC 2017-007. Any further discussion?
Point of,
Oh, yes. To make a recommendation to City Council of approving the amendment to the Schertz Master Thoroughfare Development Plan. Thoroughfare plan.
point of clarification, Mr. Richmond, did that include the amendment to the proposed timeline for Maskey Road or no? No, thank you. Yes, I had to remind you.
Okay. Further discussion? Not call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And again, thank you to all who have stayed with us to the end. We do appreciate the fact that you come, and we appreciate your comments. Hopefully, you have a better understanding of the difficulties that we face along with city staff in these proposals. Next item on our agenda, item 6. Yeah, we can. We'll take a short break here since we still have 4 items left on our agenda. And short means short. Ken and Richard.
Oh, I think they're recusing themselves for CCMA items.
Well, oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, okay, good, good. All right. And after a short break, the Planning and Zoning Commission is reconvening at 10:35. Next item on our agenda is item 6A, which is WA 2017-007. Consider and act upon a request for approval of a waiver regarding rough proportionality on roadway construction related to the proposed preliminary plat of the OJR RWRP subdivision, an approximately 318-acre tract of land located at 12423 Authority Lane, City of Schertz, Bexar County, Texas. Channery.
Good evening, Commissioners. Right before the meeting commenced, we had updated the staff reports for agenda items 6A and 6B, and you'll notice in bold red lettering on the top it says revised staff report. That is based on recent communications that city staff had with CCMA earlier today, and so I'll walk you through what the changes are. The rough proportionality waiver is still being requested. However, there's a slight modification to it. Cibolo Creek Municipal Authority submitted a request seeking approval to waive requirements for roadway improvements associated with their proposed OJR RWRP subdivision. The subject site is located south of Cibolo Creek at 12423 Authority Lane, which is a private access road that connects directly to Schaefer Road. The CCMA is proposing to preliminary plat approximately 300 acres into one lot. You may have noticed on the staff report that was submitted last Friday, there was an indication that the lots being proposed were a total of 3 lots that has now been revised to 1 lot encompassing the entire 318 acres owned by CCMA. There's the existing OJR wastewater treatment plant on the site, and CCMA currently has plans to expand the facility due to a need to increase capacity. On this exhibit here, you'll notice in green outline is all of the property owned by CCMA, and to the west here is Lisa Meadows. To the south, there are multiple properties. On this east side here, this is the portion that their private road, Authority Lane, takes connection directly to Schaefer Road, which there's a bend right here along Schaefer Road. And to the north here is Cibolo Creek. As you saw earlier today, this is a snippet of the current master thoroughfare plan, and as you will notice, the property owned by CCMA is bisected by the proposed 120-foot right-of-way north-south connector, which is the proposed extension of FM 3009. On the proposed master thoroughfare plan, the alignment was revised, and you'll notice that rather than a direct north-south connection as previously shown, it swings a little to the east, and there's a slight bend where their proposed realignment is. And this was based on communications that city staff had with CCMA to ensure that a proposed extension would not impact the operations that are currently there with the existing treatment plant. Section 21.4.15.E1 of the UDC requires installation of all public infrastructure improvements that are required to serve the subdivision be completed prior to recordation of the final plat. And the Planning and Zoning Commission, you have the authority to grant waivers from this requirement so long as certain criteria are met. The criteria is listed in the staff report and also the revised staff report towards the end. You'll notice that the previous staff report included a copy of this memo that our city engineer prepared, indicating that the requested waiver is found to be reasonable and that staff has no objections to supporting granting of the waiver. Now, as I had mentioned earlier, the waiver request has been slightly modified. The previous request was a waiver from public infrastructure improvements, meaning construction of the actual right-of-way dedication, or excuse me, of the FM 3009 extension. Based on recent communications with CCMA and also going through the exercise of preparing the rough proportionality waiver worksheet, you'll notice that when you look at the worksheet, there's a significant difference between what would have been the value associated with the right-of-way dedication compared to the demand value associated with the proposed subdivision. That worksheet was not included with the revised staff report because it has not changed. Those numbers still remain valid. We've discussed this with the project engineer, and the value associated with the demand of being $1,700 compared to the associated value of what would be the value with the right-of-way dedication was equivalent to about $51,000. So due to that significant difference between the two, in consulting with CCMA and city staff communications earlier today, the request has been modified to be a waiver from right-of-way improvements and also from right-of-way dedication.
So perhaps to let me jump in on this one, in fact, because I need to step up and take responsibility. This is one that should have clicked with me. Again, understanding generally the number of vehicle trips attributable to a facility like this being so small, and being able to look at the amount of right-of-way dedicated, it should have clicked with me early on to say, wait a minute, we have something that's different than we normally deal with. Because as you know, normally what happens is when we get the waiver request, it's not roughly proportional to require them to build the road, but it is to get the right-of-way dedication. Again, I should have looked at this one more carefully. I should have pointed out to staff and folks and said, this is one that because there's so little traffic associated with the sewer treatment plant and there's so much right-of-way, we probably have something that's different than unusual so that we're not springing you on this last minute. And so I will say credit to CCMA's staff and engineer for raising the issue, to our staff for responding quickly, to Clint Ellis and whatnot. And so the reality is, because there's that difference that Channery mentioned, the value of the improvement at $51,000 and the requirement dedication being less than $2,000, the right-of-way dedication is not roughly proportional, so we cannot even require them to dedicate it. Now, one of the things that's also at play here is because CCMA is a public agency, they've got multiple member cities, it becomes problematic for them to say, let's give more than is fair to the city of Schertz at the expense of their other cities that contribute and help pay for those things as well. So while we have this problem, I will say the positive is that CCMA, as I said, credit to them for spending a lot of time working with us to say, look, if we know there's this thing that's on the table for 3009 extension, let's plan for it, let's see if we can fit it through. And just because we're not dedicating the right-of-way now doesn't mean we're going to show up tomorrow and start building a bunch of stuff in the way. We know we'll need it, but we will deal with that down the road. And I think it really goes to the comments we heard earlier of, let's not close the window on that opportunity. So although the right-of-way is not being dedicated, again, we're not closing the window on that. We're still making sure we're planning for it, but we cannot legally require the actual right-of-way dedication because of that going forward. I will say what we likely will do is have to deal with that at some point down the road and things that we need to preserve. And likely at some point we're going to get to a decision point with CCMA where one of us may show up and say we need to do this or they need to do that. And at that point we'll go forward. It would simply mean having to compensate CCMA for that right-of-way. And as again was duly noted, $51,000 for this section of right-of-way is a very, very small part of the ultimate cost with the floodplain. So to that extent, it doesn't create a huge problem for us in what we've just discussed going forward. But again, I should have clicked on this one because I should have known and did. Very few, we probably have a problem there, whereas folks wouldn't have known that. So this one's on me.
All right. Very good. Thank you. It should be noted that Commissioners Greenwald and Broad are recused, have recused themselves from consideration of this item. Discussion, Commissioners? Seeing none, Chair will entertain a motion.
Chair, I make a motion, we approve WA 2017-007 rough proportionality waiver on roadway construction associated with PC 2016-023.
Second.
To clarify, if I may, the revised motion for staff is roadway construction and right-of-way dedication.
Roadway construction and right-of-way dedication.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Glombeck, second from Mr. Outlaw, to approve WA 2017-007. Further discussion? Not call for vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries. Next item on our agenda, item 6B, is PC 2016-023. Consider and act upon a request for approval of a preliminary plat of the OJR RWRP subdivision, an approximate 318-acre tract of land located at 12423 Authority Lane, City of Schertz, Bexar County, Texas. Channery.
This is the same subject site. CCMA is requesting to preliminary plat the OJR RWRP subdivision. The staff report has been modified to reflect the most recent changes, which is to remove the right-of-way dedication. Thereby, the proposed lots associated with this preliminary plat have been adjusted so that it is one lot comprised of the entire 318 acres. The applicant submitted a waiver based on rough proportionality to grant a waiver for public infrastructure improvements and also from right-of-way dedication. And with the Commission's recent approval of that, CCMA would not be obligated to construct roadway improvements or provide right-of-way dedication. The proposed lot will have access off Lisa Meadows, located to the west of the site, which is an existing public right-of-way in the city's ETJ, and also Schaefer Road along this portion here, where there's Authority Lane is a private road that connects directly to Schaefer Road. CCMA currently accesses the facility from Authority Lane, and that would provide direct access to a public right-of-way, which is a requirement for platting, along with Lisa Meadows. CCMA is responsible for complying with the UDC's requirements for tree preservation and mitigation. The applicant submitted a tree affidavit and survey indicating that there are no protected or heritage trees on the site. The site is serviced by Schertz Water, CCMA for wastewater, GBEC for electricity, and AT&T and Charter Communications for internet, cable, and phone services. The site is currently serviced by an existing 6-inch water line and sewer lines, and for drainage, the applicant will be responsible for all drainage associated with the subject project. A preliminary drainage map was provided as part of the plat application, and our city engineer has reviewed and approved the preliminary drainage plan. Based on rough proportionality, the applicant is again not obligated to construct sidewalk and roadway improvements, and staff has reviewed the preliminary plat, the updated preliminary plat, and finds that it is consistent with applicable requirements, and staff recommends approval of the preliminary plat.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioners, any concerns, questions on this one?
Curiosity question, and how we got from the original submission of 3 lots to just the single lot.
Yes, so in your original staff report, you'll notice the exhibit, it encompasses the same property. However, with the right-of-way dedication, it bisected the property. Thereby, the majority of the property was one contiguous lot to the west of the right-of-way dedication, which was the extension of FM 3009. But to the east of the right-of-way dedication were 2 lots that were being proposed. With the elimination of the right-of-way dedication, we've worked with the project engineer, and we've been able to modify the plat exhibit to show it all as one contiguous lot.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion we vote to approve item PC 2016-023 OJR RWRP preliminary plat.
Second.
Motion from Mr. Dalla, second from Mr. Gombeck to approve PC 2016-023. There is no further discussion. Call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on our agenda is item 6C, WA 2017-005. Consider and act upon a request for approval of a waiver regarding on-site sewage facilities for Lot 1, Block 1 of the West Ridge subdivision, an approximate 4-acre tract of land locating approximately 1,700 feet northeast of the intersection of Hubertus Road and IH 35, City of Schertz, Comal County, Texas. January.
The applicant is SRG Partnership, and the subject site is currently vacant and undeveloped. It is an approximate 4 acres of land and is located north of the I-35 frontage road, approximately 1,700 feet east of Hubertus Road. The applicant is seeking approval of a waiver from the requirement that development of the site be connected to a public wastewater system. The applicant is proposing to install an on-site septic system. In order to do so, a waiver to requirements of Section 21.15.3B of our UDC must be granted, and that is the section that requires connection to a public wastewater system. The project engineer submitted supporting evidence demonstrating that construction costs associated with the work and cost of extending the public wastewater system would exceed $195,000 due to the distance of the nearest available tie-in location. In addition to their waiver request letter, they provided an exhibit showing where the sewer line would have to be extended. To the bottom of this aerial is the project site. Here's I-35 frontage road, and currently the closest tie-in for sewer is about 2,600 linear feet away, which is about, I believe, a half mile away. And based on a rough estimate of $75 per linear feet, multiply that by 2,600 linear feet, gets us to about $195,000 as the approximate estimated cost just to tie into sewer. So based on that calculation, staff has reviewed the waiver request. Engineering department has indicated that the site is located at the top of the sewer shed, thus granting the requested waiver would not have a negative impact on existing or proposed municipal infrastructure. And staff has also informed the applicant that while staff is supportive of their waiver request, we have informed them that they will still be responsible for constructing on-site infrastructure on the property to provide for connection to sewer in the future once sewer availability is more reasonable financially. Staff has reviewed the waiver request, has no objections, and recommends approval of the waiver based on the distance to the nearest sewer connection point and based on the property being located at the top of the sewer shed.
Very good, thank you. Commissioners?
I have one. Where you mentioned here in the information packet, where it says required on-site infrastructure on the property to provide for the connection to sewer line once the sewer line is within a reasonable distance to the subject property. How are we going to define reasonable distance? I would imagine the applicant would consider reasonable 10 feet away from his property line, and for us it's what, 500 feet, 1,000 feet?
Well, we don't have a set number. However, the discussions that planning has had with engineering is that the stub outs that would be required based on the way the sewer flows and where the connection point would be, the stub out would be located to the rear of the property. And so once sewer availability is closer to the site, and I don't have a set number, then we would then provide, be able to connect to the sewer stub out.
So there is a provision in our code of ordinances that is a mandatory requirement for connection to sewer. I cannot tell you what it is off the top of my head, but it's something like 300 feet or 500 feet is that mandatory connect. Again, one of the items that we have been doing for the commercial businesses, which are generally towards the top of the shed up in this area that have been requesting waivers, is having them go ahead and do tie-ins at time of development. That way it's easier. You know, most commercial businesses are going to want to be on sewer as opposed to septic, because maintaining a commercial septic is way different than maintaining that septic system at like a single-family residential home. And so it's more advantageous for them generally to tie into the sewer. Again, we do have that provision. I can't tell you off the top of my head exactly what it is.
but there is a specific number. And that's the part that I would like to have the affirmative answer for, simply because if it's
Yes.
not a defined number, then it becomes something that's disputable.
Yes, there's a specific number for a mandatory tie-in that is defined in our code of ordinances.
Okay.
So having listened to, past cases of existing septic systems where sewer becomes available, in the cases that I'm aware of, the septic systems were allowed to continue. They couldn't be, once they failed, they were then required to connect. Is that the case here, or have we changed the rules to say, regardless, once sewer's there, you connect to it?
So we haven't changed any rules on that in a while. It is something that's on staff's radar to take a look at. Oftentimes, we don't have very many commercial septics, and so most of the septic systems that I'm aware of that we've had failure issues on have been residential. It's more of a policy item, and they have previously not mandated mandatory connections until time of failure. Again, a lot of that is we treat residential just a little bit different than we treat commercial, depending on septic, when it came in, if there's an issue with it. If we've got a whole bunch of septics that are going into failure, yeah, we're probably going to take a big look at doing a lot of connections and mandates for things like that.
So I think one thing maybe is by way of a little bit of background that was before Bryce got here. We have a provision in the Code of Ordinance that stipulates a specific foot distance. Going to your question, why we hadn't enforced it, that was the provision that, frankly, a number of years ago, when we sort of sat down and started looking at our codes and looked at what they said, that there was a misreading of it by staff. So again, you may recall when the first Laura Heights phase came in, you weren't asked to grant a waiver to that because we said, the code says they don't have to have sewer because they're a distance. That's the portion that had been misinterpreted, misread by staff, that it doesn't mean you're not required to connect to sewer. It is, in fact, the provision that says if sewer is extended to within a certain set distance of the property and the structure on the property, it triggers the construction of septic. So we frankly haven't had the actual situation where we've extended sewer that close to properties in the past, but I think Bryce's comment is correct. That may have been because of the misreading of it, but the reality is we will likely modify that to not word it as a mandatory, that the city has the ability to, because very likely you have some circumstance with there's no point, likely the property would redevelop and then connect. There's no point telling somebody, hey, you bought a new septic 3 years ago, now tie in. So I think Bright's right. We'll add greater flexibility. Still have the ability to require it if appropriate, but have the flexibility to not where it doesn't make sense. So that's a bit of background.
The way I've seen it handled in the past in a couple of occasions is once the sewer was brought in, the city provided an economic incentive to allow them to hook up at less than the impact fee in order to get them hooked up and off a septic, but then if they chose not to within a certain period of time, then they had to pay full ticket when the time came and they were forced to.
Could be that was the case, yes, sir.
Any further discussion? If not, call for a vote. Motion. Chair will entertain a motion. Getting ahead of myself.
Checking out early. Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the case number WA 2017-005, the waiver for on-site sewage facility associated with PC 2017-017.
Second.
Have a motion for Mr. Dahl, a second for Mr. Greenwald to approve WA 2017-005. Any further discussion? Not call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Item 6D on our agenda, PC 2017-017. Consider and act upon a request for approval of a preliminary plat for Lot 1, Block 1 of the West Ridge subdivision, an approximate 4-acre tract of land located approximately 1,700 feet northeast of the intersection of Hubertus Road and IH-35, City of Schertz, Comal County, Texas. Channery.
It's the same site as the last item. It's approximately 4 acres, and the applicant is proposing to preliminary plat 4 acres into one lot. The subject property is zoned general business. Directly south is the I-35 frontage road, and the surrounding properties are also zoned general business. Access would be directly off of I-35 frontage road. The site is serviced by City of Schertz for water, New Braunfels Utilities for electricity, and AT&T and Charter Communications for cable, television, and internet service. The site could ultimately be served by City of Schertz for sewer. However, the applicant requested a waiver to allow for an on-site septic system. The applicant also submitted a preliminary drainage report, and the city engineer has reviewed it and has no objections. The applicant is responsible for complying with our tree preservation and mitigation requirements. There are protected and heritage trees on the site. The applicant submitted a tree survey showing the locations of the protected and heritage trees, and also submitted an affidavit indicating that no trees would be removed or damaged with this plat application. Staff has advised the applicant that a tree mitigation plan will be required as part of the final plat application process. Sidewalks are not required along I-35, thus the project does not involve any sidewalks or trail improvements. Again, the site takes access off I-35 frontage road, which is TxDOT right-of-way. No additional right-of-way dedication was required by TxDOT, and TxDOT provided to the city and the applicant a no objection letter that just recently on May 17th. Staff has reviewed the proposed preliminary plat and finds that it is consistent with all applicable requirements and recommends approval.
Thank you. Commissioners?
Did you say he was capable of hooking up to Schertz sewer, but?
No, sir. The site could ultimately be serviced by City of Schertz for sewer, but based on current existing conditions, the location for sewer tie-in is about half mile away. Okay. And so that would be available in the future as future sewer improvements and connections are made.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that the Commission approve PC 2017-017, a preliminary plat for Lot 1, Block 1 of the Westridge subdivision.
Second.
We have a motion from Mr. Outlaw, second from Mr. Glumbick to approve PC 2017-017. Any further discussion? Not, call for a vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Next item on our agenda, item 7, requests and announcements. Requests by commissioners for items on a future agenda.
I think we got our plate full right now.
I think we do. They have theirs full. Announcements by commissioners.
Just like to mention that last week I did the Friday part of the tour of the park system on the north side parks. a couple of parks that I hadn't been to before, wasn't aware of, and I thought that was a really a great experience. And thank you to everybody that put that together and got us out there.
Attended the city council meeting last night. It was almost as late as this, not quite. That being said, David, it's been a total pleasure working with you. I'm definitely going to miss you. You've been a fantastic leader. Kept us out of trouble several times, me especially. But that being said, thank you for everything. Hope you guys enjoy your vacation, leave, whatever you got planned. Okay?
Thank you, Ken.
You bet.
I'll just tag on to that. Thank you for your leadership, your guidance, and especially your friendship.
Thank you, Michael. Well, and I'll just include everybody here and everybody in the room. Thanks again. It's been a great ride. I've enjoyed every minute, and even tonight. This is the best way to end, you know. That's right. That's right. Okay, staff. Emily, what have you for us?
I'm going to try to keep it short and sweet. I have the new site plans. So the first one is being called Schertz Crossing. It's located off of 3009. The exact address is 474 FM 3009. It's kind of across from the Waterford Ridge Apartments. You might notice Dietz Creek here to kind of get your perspective of where it's at. It's a proposed 21,000 square foot commercial building. The site is currently zoned general business, and right now it's just the first draft. It's just the one building, fire lane, pretty typical. The other one that we have is Install Subdivision Lot 1, Block 1. It's located off of Door Lane. It's the existing builder's first source. This is an amending site plan. They actually came in and did something very similar this time last year with this proposed shed. It's 6,900 square feet, and it looks like it's going to be more of basically just a roof and one wall for them to park, and essentially, yes. It was originally proposed down here. They've later come back and are doing this amending site plan now to move that same shed building to the rear, and they're proposing their existing railroad spur, the existing part to be removed and to extend it further. That's all I have.
Anything more from staff?
Just thank you very much, Mr. Richmond.
Thank you again, Brian. All right, there being no further business to conduct on our agenda tonight, Chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We are adjourned. Mr. Dalla, 11:10.